Hi, my name is Stanislav Costiuc, I'm a professional game designer with 11 years of experience in the industry, and I'm here to rank just for fun all games belonging to the Spider-Man license. We'll do so with the help of my scoring system that I call the Stasocritic, a set of different categories each with varying weights and criteria. You can read all about it in detail in my pinned comment. The list is going to be live, meaning I don't start from worst to best, but rather we're going through the chronological order of the game releases and see how they compare with each other on the way. For the purposes of clarity, we won't cover games where Spider-Man appears as a cameo or is a part of a larger Marvel-based roster, but rather titles where he is the main or one of the main protagonists. Let's begin! If the information I found online is correct, this 1982 Parker Brothers game is not just the first Spider-Man video game ever, but also the first video game for any Marvel Comics license. And that's probably the most exciting thing about it. The premise is that Green Goblin has set up a super bomb on top of a skyscraper, and we need to use our spider powers to get up there and disable it while catching criminals sticking out of windows on the way. The concept is actually very nice for an arcade title, and it is really appreciated how Spider-Man's first video game foray is based from the ground up on his web and wall climbing powers. This might sound surprising, but this fact is not going to be the standard for a long while. The problem is that gameplay requires absolute pixel-perfect precision, and after several plays it gets very tiring. I actually played this game as a child on our old Atari 2600, long before I knew anything about Spider-Man as a character, and I remember now how I never liked it back then because of this. Even nowadays, with more gaming experience, it's very easy to fall to your death and fail to latch onto something. And since progression in this game is really about adding more goblins, window criminals and thin scaffoldings, playing it can become an exercise in frustration the farther you go. Though this is not a bad game, in the end it gets a Stasocritic score of 47 as one that is more about historical value than actual enjoyment, which of course still can be found here if this type of game is your cup of tea. Gaming has this constant rotation of, one could say, go-to genres that would sometimes vary between platforms. Back in the 80s, the go-to genres on a variety of personal computers were text-based adventure games. There were a lot of great adventure games, of course, but also tons of derivative projects. This is one of those, despite the impressive packaging. As part of a larger but abandoned Questprobe series, with each title focusing on different Marvel characters, this Spider-Man game actually features a full-on original comic book that is supposed to give additional context to what's happening in the game. The comic, though, is pretty much a wall of barely comprehensible exposition text, and when you play the game it's clear why. This is not a Spider-Man adventure game, this is an adventure game where you collect gems in a skyscraper, with Spider-Man being a skin that was somehow put onto it. Villains just stand around in various office rooms, when you die you go to limbo and revive yourself, it's weird. Abstractly speaking, the puzzles are not particularly bad, and the game does try to sometimes utilize Spider-Man's powers, like climbing on walls or ceilings, but because the context can make so little sense, so do the solutions. For example, you transform the lizard back into Dr. Connors by throwing calcium at him. And that one is on the light side of ridiculousness. So, yeah, the Questprobe Spider-Man game gets a Stasocritic score of 25. It does have some redeeming points, but I don't think this is a good game, so I would suggest avoiding it. Back in the old days, multi-platform releases usually were games developed from scratch for each of the platforms they were released on, with every version attempting to recreate the same experience. Sometimes it means that a game on some platforms can look or play better than on others, and while this is also the case for The Amazing Spider-Man and Captain America in Doctor Doom's Revenge, in the end the differences only matter for the visuals, as the game plays very similarly on any system. Absolutely awfully, that is. It is a sort of story-based, sort of one-on-one fighting game with sort of platforming challenges in between. The mechanics are sluggish, absolutely unresponsive, and badly animated. This is one of those games that looks much better static than it does in motion. I guess the positive aspect is that the game is functional, but when you actually touch it, it's unbearable to play. The comic book-like presentation at the beginning of every level does look very nice, and you can sort of see what Paragon Software was trying to achieve. Now, here's the thing, there's so many things that can go wrong during the development cycle that I need to make sure you don't take this as a criticism of the people who made the game. But as a final product, Dr. Doom's Revenge is going to get a Metacritic score of 20. And that's only thanks to the fact that on platforms like Amiga, it looks nicer than on the other ones. I can't imagine anyone actually enjoying this poorly controlled and woefully balanced mess.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
This Spider-Man game, developed by Oxford Digital Enterprises and published by Paragon, has two things going for it. First is the weird but sort of funky title music. And the second one is the strangest health bar I have ever seen. As Spidey gets damaged, his skeleton is slowly getting revealed. Morbid. Anyway, in terms of contextualization, this game is nothing special. Mysterio kidnaps Mary Jane and takes her to a movie studio, which is sort of used as an excuse to have all kinds of weird enemies like robots and mummies and whatever. The opponents you encounter will rarely have any connection to the Spider-Man universe, if ever. However, the game actually has quite a bit of potential to be a nice, fun experience if it just weren't so clunky to control. I swear, despite the control scheme literally consisting of only directional and fire web buttons, it is impossible to get Spider-Man to do anything you want him to do. It doesn't help that level design features quite a bit of trial and error, situations where you don't understand what the button you just pressed did, and things like holes in the walls actually not allowing you to progress because the door is closed on the other side, but you have no way of knowing that. So it is a bit difficult to enjoy the game despite its potential. This is why The Amazing Spider-Man sadly gets a Metacritic score of 35. Disappointing, but also not that bad of a game. If you can get used to the really clunky controls, you might find some enjoyment in it. Spider-Man does whatever a spider can, swings his web to fly across the whole level and not fight a single person. Alright, look, making theme song parodies is probably not one of my strongest suits. But this game, which is also called The Amazing Spider-Man and also released in 1990 but is absolutely unrelated to the personal computer game we've discussed before, rather being a side-scroller on the original Game Boy developed by Rare, it's not fun. The main issue is that the input response is incredibly delayed. This might be related to the fact that there's plenty of actions that vary depending on whether you hold or press the buttons while being static or moving around. The game might try to make sure it processes everything correctly, but it leads to an experience that's just not engaging. But even if it were engaging, the levels themselves are not great. Aside from the fact that you can skip half of them, it's usually either a straight line going either to the right or upwards, with bigger and bigger swarms of enemies thrown at you as you progress. And sometimes this is literal swarms of bats, traditional Spider-Man opponents in the comics of course, are they not? Enemy design, boss design, nothing really stands out in any positive light. and the story is as standard as it gets. A villain talks to you on a radio, okay, and then you go beat them and save Mary Jane. The dialects can be funny though, not because they're good, but because of how ridiculous some of the writing is, especially Spider-Man's repeated use of the noun plus brain word combination. The Amazing Spider-Man for Game Boy gets a Metacritic rating of 23. Sadly, it's a pretty bad game that's not worth your attention. This game really can be easily explained in 2 shots. This one and this. The premise revolves around Spider-Man trying to save the city and clear his name after the Kingpin frames him for planting a bomb that will explode in 24 hours. It's nothing special, but it works, though I doubt punching cops in the face would help Spidey's case. There are some interesting concepts in here, like taking photos of criminals to get money that will allow you to buy a new web shooter cartridges, or choosing whether you would like to rest at home and recover your stamina, or continue to next level immediately, as the 24-hour timer is constantly ticking. But honestly, all of that is moot because the game is a very clunky to control affair, with poor enemy design and levels that feel like a haphazard collection of objects with arbitrary goals that are not even told to you but rather discovered through trial and error. It gets a Metacritic rating of 31. Pretty disappointing. Now, there is actually another game called Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin released for Sega Genesis, also known as Sega Mega Drive depending on your region, that has the same premise and overall concept, including similar level locations and the same villains, but the gameplay is more advanced, which makes it a nicer experience than its Master System counterpart. It is still very clunky to play, and the level design doesn't always gel well with how your abilities work. For example, wall climbing is a pain because you have to keep holding the jump button to stay in the walls, and Spider-Man really has something against corners. Also, ironically, despite better presentation, the story here makes a bit less sense than in the Master System version due to less dialogues that actually contextualize what's happening. I do have to admit that the continuous screen with Spider-Man power punching the cop to escape is hilarious. Not increasing the chances of them thinking you're not the villain though. So this version gets a Metacritic rating of 36. It's better, but still disappointing. Spider-Man was a character so popular that of course it was only a matter of time until he hit the arcades. Sega released a cabinet in 1991 and it's stupid fun, which I suppose is really all that's required from a quarter-eating machine. Besides Spider-Man, you can also play as Hawkeye, Submariner and Black Cat, though honestly only the latter makes sense to me as Spider-Man's teammate. But I guess the developers had to fill out a team of 4 somehow. Your choice of character really doesn't matter, each has pretty much exactly the same mechanics as Spider-Man, just with different animations. And overall, this might as well be just any other game with a Spider-Man skin on top of it, because the gameplay is that of your typical brawler. Heck, in this game Venom has been enhanced with the power of the Sorcerer's Stone. Maybe there's some things I didn't know about the comics, but there's stuff that's better not to think about, like the goons which feel like they serve the Batman's Joker, as well as these monkey man creatures something. What the game definitely has going for it is the variety of stuff thrown at you while regularly switching between brawling and platforming sections and getting into some, honestly, pretty epic set pieces. But the gameplay is as basic as it can get, with only hit and jump action and some combinations of the two. There is barely any depth to it, but that doesn't make playing it any less enjoyable, especially considering how amazing everything looks, like it is straight out of a comic book. If there are a couple of things that I would consider really problematic, is the fact that the characters walk pretty slow and the music for the most part was disappointing to me personally. It's not bad, but every track is so similar to each other that eventually the soundtrack transforms into a single ignorable background noise. But still, this game is really nice, that's why it gets a Metacritic rating of 67. If you're in for some thoughtless button mashing enjoyment with pretty epic set pieces, the Spider-Man arcade game is a title for you. The title music of this game is absolutely amazing and gets you in the mood for some incredibly epic action-packed experience. It's not. What is truly saddening is that you can see how this team-up between Spider-Man and the X-Men by Software Creations could have gone quite nicely. The controls are very responsive, which I believe is worth mentioning, as in plenty of Spider-Man games we've discussed before, they're not. Every character you play as has a unique twist to them. For example, Wolverine has regenerative health, Gambit throws cards, and Spider-Man naturally uses his web abilities. It is worth mentioning how in this game Spider-Man can only swing off solid objects above him, and I personally find it curious that even back then there were attempts to find solutions on how to make Spider-Man's webs attached to something other than air. Now, that uninspired labyrinthine level design aside, the real issue with the game is how it lacks a lot of mechanical details to make it properly enjoyable to play. If we take Spider-Man, since this video is more about him anyway, he can shoot webs in air, but he can't initiate swinging from air. He needs to stand on the ground to do that. He can't turn corners while climbing, he can't even get up on the ledge from the side of the wall he's climbing on, he has to jump to the other side first. There is a lot of annoyances like that for every character. Spider-Man and X-Men gets a Metacritic rating of 38 as a game that has potential, but sadly doesn't reach it. However, even though I wouldn't recommend playing this, the music from the game is something worth listening to regardless. It truly is fantastic. This title by Beat Studios has issues similar to those that plague other Spider-Man titles, mainly a lot of clunkiness. And yet, maybe not perfect but definitely smarter level design allows to alleviate a lot of those problems. Sure, the enemy hit detection is horrible, but you can avoid a lot of them anyway with smart acrobatics, and you can't just skip levels by web swinging like in the Game Boy Spider-Man game we have discussed, because in this game you need to be able to attach your webs to surfaces. Return of the Sinister Six for NES can be a bit difficult sometimes, but it is definitely easier to enjoy than most Spider-Man games we have talked about before. As such, it gets a Metacritic rating of 43. If you're a big Spider-Man fan, this is a game that you might actually enjoy despite its problems. So, the eagle-eyed of you might have noticed that in the last entry I have mentioned the NES version specifically, even though Return of the Sinister Six was also released on Master System and Game Gear. Don't be fooled by the fact that this version looks like the same game that's nicer thanks to a richer color palette, although that doesn't really help the visuals much as character proportions and animations are still weird. I have the Master System and Game Gear version as a separate entry because it actually plays far worse as it misses a lot of mechanics from the NES version. Not only are controls less responsive, but you can't chain web swings, you can't just climb up a building but have to do a weird jump motion at the top, and most importantly, there is no jump kick move, which in NES is pretty imperative, especially for bosses like Electro. The Game Gear version has it even worse, as it is exactly like the Master System version, but with a far smaller viewport and visibility. The NES version was clunky but still playable, and this is a more problematic variant of that, so it gets a disappointing 30. The shine of better colors is not worth the increased amount of frustration, even though the Master System version has more continuous, but you also have to use them more often. This is another Spider-Man game by Bit Studios, and honestly it is noticeable, there's quite a lot of gameplay similarities between this title and Return of the Sinister Six, though sadly faults as well, and they are much harder to avoid in this Game Boy title, as this time they are more closely related to core Spider-Man abilities. For example, Spider-Man sticks to walls only after a double jump but not a single jump, jump kick can be activated only after a normal jump but it works only on the downward arc, and so on. Things like this can increase the frustration during gameplay, which is a shame as the Amazing Spider-Man 2 has the best level design direction out of every Spider-Man game we have discussed up to this point. There's quite a lot of clever things, like having to attach your webs to Hobgoblin's glider, using spider sense to find the real Mysterio, avoiding target reticles on screen to not get shot, and that's if you don't mention the explorative and somewhat non-linear nature of the experience, as your progression depends on items that you can find in different order across the interconnected areas. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 gets a Stasocritic rating of 51. It's actually a very short game, but the very clunky controls surely are a factor in walkthroughs taking far longer than they should. If you can stomach and get used to these controls, you'll have a fine time. Otherwise, the experience might be questionable, though conceptually, I really like what this game is going for. Most lists put the Game Boy port of Arcade's Revenge into the same entry as the console versions. They can understand why, it tries to be the same game. And honestly, if the Game Boy version would have been a port with the only significant difference being worse graphics due to technical limitations, I wouldn't have singled it out either. But here's the thing, it doesn't play the same, because not only is the mechanical implementation slightly different, but so are the proportions between the main character and level environments, which is the massive difference that warrants a separate entry. It is barely possible to play the Game Boy version. Technically, it's not a broken game, but it sure feels like it is, which is why it gets a Stasocritic rating of 23. Saved from a lower score only by some of the positive conceptual elements from the original console versions. The Sega Genesis version of Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin has received an updated re-release for Sega CD, which means that almost nobody out of Genesis owners actually have experienced it. And it's a shame because it is surprisingly so much more enjoyable. If we take the core gameplay, there's so many improvements: faster crawling speed, sticking to walls connected to a button press and not hold, more comfortable wall climbing of background buildings, new combat moves like swing kicks, being actually able to go around corners while climbing, and plenty others. Some things have also been streamlined. For example, you no longer have to return to the apartment to restore health or mess with the photo mechanics to be able to purchase web fluid for your shooters. Health and web tokens are just lines spread around the levels. It does make the experience a bit less Spider-Man-y, I guess, but since these mechanics weren't that polished anyway, their exclusion leads to a more streamlined, enjoyable experience. Is the game perfect? No, it is still pretty clunky, and your best bet is to resort to cheese tactics in combat, like let's say abusing the hell out of swing kicks against bosses. But still, the gameplay can actually be engaging now. All levels have been absolutely redesigned, and they might not have become great or anything, but they do make much more sense. The most curious thing is the updated structure that's closer to an open world game. You can choose between multiple locations, and far from all feature a villain to fight at the end. Some can hold things like comic book covers for you to collect. There are two aspects that show just how much love for the character the developers at Grey Matter, which were responsible for the re-release, had. The first is the updated soundtrack, mainly the oh-so cringy but also so catchy rock song written specifically for this game. And the second, the new cutscenes.
Officer, that nice young man in the long underwear saved my purse and all my money.
Good work, Spider-Man. It's a good thing you came along when you did. You're the best friend this city ever had. I'm just glad you're on our side.
I was just doing my job, officer. Happy to be of help.
Young man, I don't know what I would have done without you, but you really shouldn't run around in public dressed like that.
Yes, ma'am. I'll keep it in mind.
Goodbye, Spider-Man.
Are they great? I mean, the sound quality is horrible, the animation is oftentimes weird, like here Peter clearly doesn't kiss Mary Jane in the mouth, but rather her left nostril. The acting is cheesy as hell. But I'll be damned if I didn't enjoy a single second of it. It's amazing.
Well, Electro, it looks like your circuit has come up a little short. And I thought you were such a live wire.
Laugh while you can, Bug Brain. The Kingpin has you right where he wants you this time.
Well, now, what's this?
How should I know? I've never seen it before.
Right. Well, I'll just hang on to it if you don't mind. I'm sure it'll come in handy. You just relax, Sparky, and don't blow a fuse. There'll be someone along to cut you loose any time now.
Why don't you relax, Spider-Man? Take some time off. Get away from it all. I know the perfect place. Coney Island.
Sounds like a plan. Can I bring you back a hot dog?
I'd say yes. But you won't be coming back!
Is that any way to talk to your old pal?
I'm fine ignoring half of the game's open-world locations because, honestly, while the gameplay is improved, it's still too clunky for me to participate in deep exploration, but going through the main campaign just to see the next cutscene? Count me in. The Amazing Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin gets a Metacritic score of 61. This version has been a very pleasant surprise. While not perfect, the overall atmosphere created by the updated story cutscenes and soundtrack, alongside the mechanical improvements, transforms the game into a lump of oh-so-tasty cheese. Definitely one of the better Spider-Man games of those times. After the big improvement that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 for Game Boy was over the predecessor, I couldn't wait to see what the next iteration from Beat Studios would bring. To call my feelings a disappointment is an understatement. Let's just say that I had to force myself to not rage quit on the first level. Then I had to force myself to not rage quit on the second level. On the third level, I rage quit. Visually speaking, the game definitely looks good. Not only are the background and character sprites very detailed, but the animations are very smooth, Spidey's especially. How the smooth animation has been implemented, however, is at the core of all issues. Even such a simple action as jumping feels incredibly delayed because you first have to wait for Spider-Man going through the whole knee-bending animation. And the level design is once again very disappointing, filled not only with arbitrary goals but also time limits. The Amazing Spider-Man 3 gets a Metacritic rating of 24. It is sadly a considerable drop in quality in comparison to The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yet another handheld port of Arcade's Revenge that attempts to recreate the same mechanics and levels, but feels quite different from the original, hence a separate entry. The big difference from the original version are the very floaty controls and a bit skewed level proportions. Although the game is not nearly as rage-inducing as the Game Boy version, it still feels pretty frustrating to play, so gets a Metacritic score of 30. In 1993, Spider-Man Comics saw a huge event of questionable quality called Maximum Carnage. Essentially a massive romp between a team of superheroes gathered by Spider-Man and Venom against a team of supervillains formed by Carnage. Whatever one might think of this event now, at the time it was a pop culture phenomenon, and the game based on that phenomenon was a pretty big deal. It was released in 1994 and developed by Software Creations, who were not newcomers to the Spider-Man gaming world. The game tried to be a very faithful adaptation. Locations from the comics were recreated as levels, actual comic panels and some of the dialogues are used in cutscenes to retell the story, and it's the first time you could also play as Venom, with some gameplay differences to boot. The symbiote is stronger than Spider-Man, but slower. Outside of the tie-in aspect, this is surprisingly a very decent beat-em-up. By this point in time, one might be used to Spider-Man games having clunky controls at best, but they're actually polished here. Hit detection never raises any questions, there is a variety of moves and combos. Maximum Carnage is a very enjoyable brawler at a core basic level. The only core gameplay complaint I have is that there's too many actions assigned to the web button, so it is somewhat finicky for it to always do what you want it to do. Maximum Carnage though is not an easy game. I've had so many runs and yet reached 2/3 of the campaign at most, the authentic way that is, without save states. By the end it transforms into a boss rush galore, and those can hit pretty hard. However, with each replay you get a better understanding of the game, how to crowd control nukes better, more efficient tactics for conserving health or beating some of the bosses, in which nooks and crannies you can find extra lives and continues. There are also secret rooms that can really help you out with additional resources, but accessing them is so arbitrary that it is impossible to find any without a guide. And yet, these secret rooms are imperative for making the trek through the entire game. There is a certain sense of satisfaction in learning more every time you start the game, including how things like choosing between Spider-Man and Venom at certain points not only affects what levels you have and story beats you see, but also what power-ups you can actually find. You also learn when it's best to use the limited number of hero assists, as every sidekick you call for has a different ability and you need to find the most efficient use for each. It is said then that for a game focused so much on replayability, the enemy variety is abysmally small. Quite frankly, it does get tiring to fight the same mooks after a while, even if some of them are pretty funny, like the old people with umbrellas who are surprisingly tough. But what the game lacks in enemy variety, it tries to balance out with level variety, and I appreciate how Maximum Carnage actually tries to put you in the shoes of Spider-Man by showing through gameplay the need to form a superhero team that would help you fight against these overwhelming odds. Elements like Hero Assist are introduced in a narrative through gameplay, by putting you into a fight that you might win if you're skilled enough, but are most likely going to lose the first time you play, and yet a superhero comes in to save you. And it's cool because this type of thing sadly can't be called a standard even nowadays, let alone back then. That said, don't expect to understand much in terms of story except the general beats. While the game faithfully recreates a lot of comic panels, it is also missing quite a bit, so a pretty big number of transitions feels very abrupt. Still, even though there are plenty of ways in which Maximum Carnage could improve, it is the first Spider-Man game that I can unapologetically call good. I wouldn't even mind getting back to it later to try and actually reach the ending and not just watch it on YouTube. As such, it gets an appropriate Stanislav rating of 70. Talking about disappointing 90s Spider-Man games feels like being stuck in a Groundhog Day loop. There's only so much one can say about clunky, uncomfortable controls and poor level design, though what's unique to this title is the interesting concept but poor implementation of a level layering system. You have to mess around with jumps of different heights to switch between layers. And while this game is based on the Spider-Man animated series, the rendition of the awesome theme song is a disappointing, short, repetitive loop. A similar statement can be applied to the entire game, hence the Stanislav score of 31. The Genesis version of the animated series game has the same premise, but quite a big difference in gameplay and graphics, though sadly none of which are an improvement over the SNES version. In fact, it has even more problems like inconsistent collision that makes it even more annoying to play, so the game gets a Stanislav rating of 25. Again, by and large, there is nothing here we haven't discussed in relation to a bunch of previous bad Spider-Man games already. Separation Anxiety is, one could say, the inevitable sequel to Maximum Carnage. However, the public reception to this game was that of disappointment, as it was considered a reskin of Maximum Carnage with an added co-op mode. But I will say this, if this were a reskin of Maximum Carnage, at least we would have a game that's fun to play. But for one reason or another, the mechanics in Separation Anxiety do not work the same way. Everything is more delayed, hit detection is worse, combos are not as snappy, level design is less varied, and as a result it is not nearly as engaging as the original. Like its predecessor, the story is also based on a comic book plot arc, but this time it is retold through text paragraphs that are not only visual and appealing, but also fail to actually properly explain the story anyway. Separation Anxiety gets a Stanislav rating of 35. Despite its issues, the game is more playable than many other Spider-Man titles, so if you're a really huge fan of Maximum Carnage, you might find some enjoyment here as well. And co-op always makes even disappointing games more interesting, so that is that, I guess. But personally, I would rather have another go at the Maximum Carnage campaign instead. I had high hopes for this Japan-only Spider-Man exclusive because it looks amazing. But sadly, that's everything amazing about it. Once again, it has the typical package of unwieldy controls and disappointing level design, but also in addition to that, an extremely stingy timer where you have 1.5 minutes on average to complete every level. And if there is a boss at the end of it, well, the timer doesn't restart, you have to do so in the time that's left. It gets a Stanislav rating of 35. There is potential there, but ultimately it's disappointing with nothing striking to discuss. This is probably one of the most obscure Spider-Man games out there. Developed by Brooklyn Multimedia, it's a point-and-click adventure game with action minigames that was released for DOS and Windows 3.1. It's a pain to get it working on modern PCs and equally painful to properly record it. And I'm not sure if it's worth the trouble, because the game is more interesting in concept than it is in practice. I do really appreciate it for trying to focus on the double life aspect of Spider-Man and Peter Parker, not just in narrative but in gameplay as well, with players actually having to make choices that influence the story. This is not something even modern Spider-Man games tend to tackle, but just having simple choices like following the police to an active crime scene or staying to make sure everything will remain okay on your wife's film set really elevates the immersion into the character. The story is actually enjoyable, having a couple of nice twists and turns. Sadly, from a gameplay perspective, the title is woefully average, and action minigames are far more difficult than they should be because the cursor sensitivity is horrible. The game is not even a looker. Sure, on a technical level, the rotoscoped animations are impressive, but when everything is put together, it feels very stylistically inconsistent. Spider-Man the Sinister Six gets a Stanislav rating of 51. While conceptually interesting, its implementation leaves much to be desired, though to be fair, it is far from a bad attempt and certainly much more enjoyable than a bunch of other lower quality Spider-Man games that have been released up to this point. Speaking of lower quality Spider-Man games, look, every time I discuss one it feels like I'm going over the same shit over and over again. The only new thing I can say about Web of Fire is that not only the game itself is a failure, the platform it was released on is a failure as well. It's harsh, I know, but let's just assign the Stanislav score of 28, because by this point I don't have the patience to discuss another bad Spider-Man platformer that shares the same issues as multiple other bad Spider-Man platformers. Developed by Neversoft, this title was originally released for PlayStation and Nintendo 64, and then later ported with updated graphics to Dreamcast and PC. Both versions are part of the same entry because, with the exception of better faces, the Dreamcast and PC versions don't outright improve the game aesthetically as much as they'll make it look on a higher resolution like you would have imagined the PlayStation and Nintendo 64 versions to look like. This is the very first 3D Spider-Man game, but what really separates it from pretty much absolutely every other Spider-Man title that came before it, with the exception of Maximum Carnage, which was a solid adaptation, is the desire to feel authentic. On a basic level, this means that you don't fight swarms of rats or bats. You don't need to use a crowbar to open a door, spiders don't suddenly fall from trees to kill you. In other words, there is no random bullshit. But on a deeper level, it's how the game swims in Spider-Man's colorful comic book campiness, and tries to do everything in its power to transmit that camp through our monitors. And I'm not talking just about the color palette or the script writing style with a bunch of mimetic gold in it.
Here it is, the records room.
Surf the web, surf the web.
Shut up, Brock, we don't have time.
But also things like the reimagining of the classic Spider-Man theme song you heard in the beginning of the video, a bunch of costumes you can unlock and use whenever and however you'd like, an advanced comic book gallery which not only shows the collectible covers you found in the levels, but also has information about why that issue was important, the voice actors from various Spider-Man TV shows, cameos from other Marvel heroes like Daredevil and the Punisher, and Stan Lee himself not only narrating the character encyclopedia, but also the story itself, sometimes openly lampshading the situations we're in.
Ah, the cliché seedy waterfront warehouse. Although, I'm guessing that this particular warehouse has a bit more in store for the webhead than even he can imagine.
I first learned about Spider-Man thanks to the 1994 TV show, which Where I Lived aired somewhere around the year 1999-2000, and he quickly became my favorite superhero. The 2001 PC port was the first Spider-Man game I played. We don't count the Atari one because at the time I didn't know the character, and I was instantly hooked because of how it felt so familiar. Like this is everything I would have expected from a Spider-Man game. So if anything, this title deserves praise just because of how much it cares about the license it is based on. But more than that, it's simply a good game. And look, I'm not saying it is perfect, the core mechanics are lacking in some significant ways. There is no way to rotate the camera, no lock-on feature outside of targeting mode, web swinging is on rails after getting activated and doesn't work unless you're close enough to stickable surfaces, there is no straightforward way to dodge or block, or to properly select which enemy you're trying to target with the webs in the midst of battle. All these are indeed problems, and if you try to play the game's challenge modes, they are really evident. Honestly, I wouldn't even bother with those fight arenas because of this. However, in the main campaign itself, you don't actually feel the issues because the whole game has been designed with these limitations in mind. For example, while you can't control the camera, most levels require attention only for whatever is in the 180 degrees view in front of you, be it outside in urban areas or inside. Interiors are also made in such a way that even big halls have this forward-facing progression. If you need to have a wider view of the area or be constantly locked onto somebody, the camera does that for you already. So very rarely do you have to actually turn the camera around yourself. Admittedly, in cases where you have to, like in a battle with Venom within a small alleyway, it can be annoying, but it's not a problem that's prevalent during the whole game. Speaking of Venom, his position when outside your screen is not shown with a red arrow like with every other enemy, which is a very nice in-game way of showing how he avoids spider sense. While other enemies have an arrow pointing towards them when they're outside of the screen, and their attack and shooting patterns are slow enough that you don't feel overwhelmed. It helps that it's enough to use only 1 or 2 3-hit combos to deal with most of the mooks, or just whip them up quickly. The latter feels especially satisfying in the game's stealth sections, which are surprisingly not horrible as you would usually expect from such action-adventure games that are not built for stealth at all. The rules and situations encountered are very basic, but that's precisely why it doesn't feel annoying. Spidey also has some creative web-based moves in his arsenal. Only a couple, but enough to make it feel like his web powers matter. The only standard enemies that are a pain to defeat are the symbiotes, and that's on purpose, so you would have a power rush once you find some fire web power-ups. Bosses are pretty varied, and while on one hand some can feel lacking basic requirements like wind-ups, for example when you're close to Venom he has a grab attack that's practically instant, at the same time this encourages you to find other tactics. This very same Venom is pretty susceptible to impact webs. Every boss has a particular weakness or strategy that will allow you to defeat them pretty efficiently. And while the level design of each particular mission may not be something amazing, it takes you over with the sheer variety of what you'll be doing. From the aforementioned stealth sections, to getting chased by a helicopter that's trying to blast you into smithereens, to surprisingly spacious and not horrible sewer levels, to survival fights on top of a subway train. Each level is pretty short, and as a whole it won't take you that long to beat the entire game, but also it's very replayable, especially with the new costumes that you unlock. What I appreciate is that if a costume unlock requires you to complete the game on hard difficulty, the game doesn't prevent you from using other extra costumes you have to do that, even the symbiote one with unlimited webbing, so it's up to you how you decide to tackle these challenges. And hey, maybe you would like to get the whole comic collection, and I'd say that most are hidden very reasonably. Though there are some that require weird backtracking after specific moments that aren't intuitive and difficult to find without a guide, but there is not a lot of these examples. All this is wrapped in a story that's perhaps not particularly amazing, but it's funny enough and engaging, with tons of cute interactions between Spider-Man, his allies and enemies. The game is very tongue-in-cheek, but also wants to keep you immersed. As such, things like the fog you see below the buildings due to rendering limitations is actually an important plot point. This Spider-Man game is not without issues, but it clearly has a lot of care and attention to detail put into it. I will assign a Metacritic rating of 78. It's a very good game, and indeed, a true classic that deserves to be remembered. While Neversoft was working on a Spider-Man game for consoles, Vicarious Visions was making one for Game Boy Color. And I really have to appreciate the quite successful attempt at making this little GPC game feel cinematic from the very first seconds. The intro is a pretty impressive mishmash of company logos and the game's main premise, which then transforms into a very atmospheric main menu screen. And while the narrative told here might not be as engaging or elaborate as in the console equivalent, clearly a lot of thought has gone into the title. But sadly, it falters in terms of implementation. And while you might be engrossed at the beginning, the more you play, the more faults you encounter. The game actually has some similarities to the Amazing Spider-Man 2 for Game Boy, in that it's not a set of levels, but an interconnected world that even changes time of day as you progress through the story. There is a light RPG system with Spider-Man learning some new moves and improving attack and defense stats as you progress, a flawed but good enough to not lose all progress password system that not only saves your last story checkpoint, but also your last relevant level up or power up. Some parts of the controls can be a little clunky, like how to go from crawling one wall to the opposite one, but are generally speaking comfortable and responsive, which is a welcome sight for a Spider-Man platformer. I surprisingly like the decision to make shooting webs not an action where you have to hold A and B at the same time, but where you have to roll your finger from one button to another quickly. An unorthodox decision, but feels natural after a bit, especially considering you will need to use webs a lot against the quite basic enemies and bosses. Sadly, there is a catch, and that's level design. The issue with it is twofold. One, while the environments are impressively drawn, they also lack variety. And considering that Spider-Man is essentially a little side-scrolling open world, it can be very confusing to understand where you actually are. And the second issue that confounds it is the labyrinthine nature of the levels, not only of some more open-ended areas like the docks, but especially really closed spaces like the sewers. Unlike sewers from the console versions, these ones are cramped, difficult to navigate, and honestly are simply a pain. It doesn't help that the farther you progress, the more constantly respawning enemies are thrown at you, and that can get quite annoying. So all in all, this version of Spider-Man gets a Metacritic rating of 54. It's not bad and certainly so much better than most of the other Spider-Man games out there. I like the direction, but your enjoyment will really depend on your frustration ceiling. The sequel to the console Spider-Man game was also developed by Vicarious Visions, and it was actually a PlayStation exclusive not released on any other platform. This is one of the reasons why I hadn't played it during my childhood despite really wanting to. We had only a PC and didn't have any consoles beyond the old Atari 2600. And now I finally played it. And, well, most people say that Enter Electro is disappointing because it's more of the same. But to me that's always a weird argument because more of good is still good, right? The thing is, Enter Electro is a game that I really want to like, but every time I play it after a while I just have to stop because it becomes too frustrating. and then I sort of want to get back and continue, and after a while I remember why I stopped. I actually still haven't finished the game and probably won't. Enter Electro has a lot of really cool ideas, but these ideas don't fit the mechanics of the original, which do see some updates but are very similar still, and they also don't fit the platform, the stuff is too ambitious for it. For example, the game has many more open area levels, but these levels can be a bit confusing in terms of navigation because of the lackluster camera, barren in terms of life because PlayStation can't support more than several NPCs at once, and also very taxing on performance and therefore are quite laggy. A boss battle with Shocker requires to throw hanging crates on top of him. Great idea, but even with the added little lock-on functionality, it's very frustrating, nearly impossible to properly switch between the two targets. Boss battle with Hammerhead? Again, cool concept, but it requires a lot of camera movement because you need to avoid the dude running at you while also web yanking his weapon away from him. It's very unwieldy to actually try and do that properly. There is a little level that you can either complete through stealth or open action, and for stealth you need to stay on top of lampposts, like one would do in one of the modern games for example. But here getting on those lampposts might be tricky. A high-octane action level like the one where you need to stop a plane while preventing it from crashing into barrels and gates is a very cool idea, but again, the combined factors of poor performance because of too much stuff going on and therefore lagging input, no camera control while having to keep track of your surroundings, and lack of a snappy lock-on system make this cool, ambitious idea very frustrating to play. Combine this with factors that clearly show a lack of time to polish, like very weird-looking cutscenes, collectibles that are haphazardly put, not to mention that each is available only on specific difficulty levels, so you have to replay the game 4 times to get everything, music that's too generic and doesn't enhance the level atmosphere enough, a story that's... well, honestly it's fine and enjoyable, but lacks the charm from the first game. Mainly because most of the time Spider-Man doesn't get to interact with anyone but himself.
Quick, Spider-Lad, you stop the plane and I'll get the bad guys. Oh wait, I don't have a sidekick.
And then there's elements that just don't get to shine at all. Stuff like new types of webs, ice and electric are practically useless. In the original game, Fire Web provided a very easy way to defeat the symbiotes that were otherwise a pain. Here the ice webs are really no different from standard ones, and while electric webs are a bit more effective against robots, it's only a little in comparison to the normal webbing. So, Enter Electro gets a Stasicritic rating of 58. It's alright, it can definitely be enjoyed, but it cracks at the seams because of the game's ambition not meeting the platform requirements and the rushed development cycle the team seems to have had. Another handheld title developed by Vicarious Visions, and you can really see the roots coming from their first Game Boy outing. The mechanics and style of the game are very similar, only instead of it being an open world, everything is divided into levels. A little bit of an aside, whenever I really disagree with public consensus or a Metacritic score, it is usually because I think a game is better than what it gets credit for. There are times though when a game is really well received, for example Mysterio's Menace has a Metacritic score of 84, and my opinion is pretty much diametrically opposing that. Look, the game is not without its merits. For example, the controls are amazing, really snappy and precise. It also looks very good on a Game Boy Advance screen in particular. I have to specify this because the style of graphics is really messy if you look at it in a pixel-perfect way on modern LCD monitors. Maybe these two aspects were enough for people to find enjoyment of the game back in those days. It's not like there were any other alternatives on Game Boy Advance for Spider-Man fans. But the game is full of issues. The first big one being the confusing, labyrinthine design of the levels that's really not enjoyable, and the second main one being the design of enemies, both standard ones and bosses. There is a lot of instant and fast attacks without any sort of wind-ups, enemy collision with you feels pixel perfect, so even a little touch is enough to damage you, while your attacks on the other hand can easily miss because of that. There is a spider sense mechanic that is supposed to warn you of incoming threats, but it all happens so fast that there is absolutely no way you will have time to react. It makes the game feel really frustrating and unfair. And that is if you don't mention things like a story that literally doesn't matter and other smaller flaws. Mysterio's Menace gets a Metacritic rating of 39. There might be some that can find enjoyment in it even now, but for me personally, it is a disappointing experience. The sequel to the previous Game Boy Color title was made by Taurus Games, and honestly, I was very pleasantly surprised by it. The game took the already nice core mechanics of the previous game, polished them up a bit more, and then streamlined everything else to deliver an experience that is perhaps not the most ambitious one, but it's enjoyable. Every level has a unique style to them. In terms of level design, they're nothing amazing, but are fine, with a clear goal and reasonable way to progress with some alternate paths and secrets. Enemies? Again, basic, but it chooses a particular strategy against you, so in the end, enjoyable. Every boss has essentially a single pattern and therefore a single strategy against them. Once you figure it out, it's a matter of using that strategy over and over again until you defeat them. Again, nothing special, but also these boss battles are short enough so it doesn't get super annoying, and certainly more varied than the bosses from the previous game. Everything that would somehow complicate the experience was removed. No RPG system, no semi-open world, everything is level-based, and if you stay still for a while, Spider Sense will tell you where to go. Story? Straightforward. The Sinister Six captured Aunt May, you're out to find her as you deal with them one by one. Nothing fancy, but it's clear and it works. And quite honestly, the game looks amazing for a Game Boy Color title. The art style really elevates every level, the animations are really smooth while not hindering the snappiness of the gameplay. I have never seen the Sinister Six in any of the lists of great-looking Game Boy Color games, but it definitely should be there. Though I can't help but mention that I find it both cringy and impressive that the game managed to find a way to shove in female enemies with visible huge breasts and cleavage into the small 160 by 144 resolution of the Game Boy Color. I mean, no comment there. Still, that aside, the Sinister Six gets a Metacritic rating of 65. For me, it was a one-and-done type of game, but I don't regret my time with it. It's fun, it's not long, it's worth checking out if you're into some nice Spider-Man platforming action. Developed by Treyarch, the best way to describe the game is that it is 2000 Spider-Man on steroids. The basic principles behind the mechanics are the same, only there's more depth and polish. The combat is still based on punching and kicking, but now there's a whole combo system with different moves requiring various button combinations, and you find new moves during levels. Sometimes the fighting can feel clunky, but overall it's fun. Swinging still works like you're a drone that attaches webs to thin air, only now you have total control of your movement during that process, as well as a new speed-up function that makes you go faster, but it's more difficult to turn. As such, there is a new combination of these two aspects, with aerial combat gaining a far bigger importance. You can even land on some flying bosses to duke it out on the move, and the new lock-on functionality finally lets you normally keep track of enemies. That said, some problems still remain. While you can control the camera this time, it's not exactly comfortable to do so because you can rotate it only horizontally. And given how wonky the camera can still be, one can really feel the lack of vertical control. Then, though this game adds a dedicated dodge mechanic, you're unlikely to ever use it. Because to do so, you have to push either the stick or D-pad, whatever you didn't choose as your primary movement method, and press jump. It's unlikely you're ever going to move fingers fast enough to properly dodge, better just jump out of the way. But jumping is still a pretty inconsistent method of avoiding damage, so if you're aiming to get scores in the no damage categories at the end of levels, you might want to reconsider, honestly. Due to the combat mechanics getting bigger prominence, there is more levels that focus on brawling. Because of this, in the first third of the game especially, there is admittedly less variety than in the previous Spider-Man titles, although later on things get much better with levels where you have to climb a booby-trapped clock tower, race against time to disarm bombs, some actually not horrible stealth levels, and even a fight with a huge robot. That last one, while an impressive battle in terms of scope and much easier once you realize just how far impact webs that you can launch even mid-air can fly, probably feels the most out of place, as stylistically the game tries to go for the same semi-realism as the movie does, with character designs reminiscent of what one could potentially see on the theater screen. And not only that, the overall feeling is very reminiscent of the movie. Especially the music. It was written specifically for the game and doesn't use any leitmotifs from the film, but you wouldn't say that when hearing it. Fits so well stylistically. What I do appreciate in terms of direction is how the game doesn't try to replicate the story of the movie, but tells broadly similar events in its own way that would fit the game more. For example, there is a whole subplot about Oscorp trying to hunt down Spider-Man to help with a project that would lead to Green Goblin's creation, and then we eventually infiltrate the company itself to find out who stands behind the villain. All this didn't happen in the film, but serves the needs of the game. And before this whole main story, we have an origin section, followed by a sort of day in the life of Spider-Man part, which is how additional criminals like Shocker and the Vulture were woven in. That said, while I commend the direction and how the game tries to connect the dots, the story can be told in a somewhat abrupt way. There's holes and details missing, as well as a quite ridiculous ending with Spider-Man and Mary Jane kissing near Norman Osborn's dead body. Yeesh. The writing itself is generally speaking good, though I can't say that the voice acting is consistent. Willem Dafoe and Tobey Maguire actually reprise their film roles, and while Dafoe does an absolutely stellar job, Maguire sort of feels, I can't say bored, it's just that he has a very dry delivery which doesn't work with all lines that are given to him. For example, on paper, this sounds better than in action, although can still be funny.
So you must be Quilt Man. Padded Pete, Mr. Triple Ply? Oh, I've got it! The cushion.
But this here is comedic gold with performance and writing perfectly fitting each other.
I'm gonna have some nasty words for that creep on the glider when I catch him. But first, I'm gonna go somewhere quiet and have a heart attack.
One of the more impressive parts is the post-game content, and not in terms of costume unlockables and bonus levels and stuff like that, which there's not much of that. But you can unlock the Green Goblin, and it's not just a skin, oh no. It is a fully controllable character with his own set of mechanics, as well as rewritten dialogues in levels to sort of frame everything like you're playing as Harry Osborn. Honestly, the redone story doesn't really make much sense, but that's not the point. Playing as the Green Goblin is pretty cool to say the least. So, the Spider-Man movie game is going to get a Stasocritic rating of 78. It is not as creative or wholesome as Neversoft's 2000 Spider-Man game, but it is more polished gameplay-wise and still very enjoyable. When I was a child, I played both games religiously, though of course that doesn't affect the ranking, just on a side note to showcase how both titles are very good in their own ways. One last quick note, if frame rate matters to you on consoles, PlayStation 2 version runs at 30 FPS while others run at 60, keep that in mind if that's important for your choice of platform. The Xbox version of Spider-Man gets a separate entry because it actually has 2 whole levels exclusive to the platform, with an additional villain in the form of Kraven the Hunter weaved into the plot, and I feel that's a pretty significant difference. The levels are actually quite interesting. One is a trap-based gauntlet and the second is a cat-and-mouse style boss battle, all while you're suffering from poison. However, since these levels essentially have the same positives and negatives as all the other ones, I can't say that they outright improve the experience, it's just more content. In fact, their placement within the story is weird, interrupting a goblin-focused sequence of levels. It still sort of works, but maybe it would be better had they been put in before the Green Goblin levels. And from a personal perspective, even though I like the levels, I'd say the game as a whole actually flows better without them. So I will assign the same Stasocritic rating of 78, due to new content neither significantly improving the overall experience nor making it worse. However, in the list I will put it beneath the other platforms, as I think those versions overall flow better than this one. Now, the Game Boy Advance movie tie-in developed by Digital Eclipse is an absolutely different beast, of course. Visually, it is a very expressive game with fantastic over-the-top animations, however this cannot be said about the sound and music. The sound assets are of a very low quality and music is repetitive, which brings down the aesthetic part of the experience. And that's the only really positive part of the experience, because the rest is meh. It's alright, it's fine, working and unremarkable. The game controls just fine, but there are some mechanics that are really uncomfortable, like the web zipping, as well as some stuff is just missing that would be really useful in the levels. Like there's no way to increase your altitude during web swinging, which sometimes can put you in unwinnable situations. Outside of these instances, the levels themselves are fine, but are very boring. Almost everything requires you to find a set of objects, sometimes in the form of hostages, all around the place. Doesn't help that the design of areas most of the time feels pretty haphazard and random, with nothing hinting at where you could possibly miss one of the goals. Bosses are also just okay. The narrative technically tells a connected story, but it feels like the levels came first and then the game tried to somehow connect them together with the narrative, you know? Really, the only remarkable thing about this game are the bonus levels that attempt to create swinging in three-dimensional space, quite impressive on a technical level. But other than that, well, Game Boy Advance version of Spider-Man gets a Stasocritic rating of 43, which in the context of my system doesn't mean a game is bad, it's just it's fine, adequate, you might enjoy it, but there is nothing that outright deserves attention. I actually played this one as a kid as well, but never finished it and never replayed it, and now looking at it I can see why I was much more eager to get back to the Spider-Man movie game on PC. This title by India Games is actually not really based on the movie, although it does feature Green Goblin as the main villain. Now, I'm of the opinion that Java-based mobile titles of old are not as bad as people tend to think they are, but this mobile Spider-Man game doesn't exactly help my case. It has issues similar to the Game Boy Advance title in that it's plain and unremarkable. Except this time it also doesn't feel as aesthetically pleasing despite reusing plenty of assets from Mysterio's Menace, but they don't quite work here. So the title will get a Stasocritic rating of 34. It's playable and it's more of a boring game than a bad one, which of course doesn't make it any less disappointing. You know that the early 2000s is when I became a huge Spider-Man fan. Now, imagine the reaction of my 12-year-old self when I saw the E3 2003 presentation of Spider-Man 2 and that it was going to be an open-world game where your webs actually attach to buildings while swinging. I was amazed and I couldn't wait for the game. Then at E3 2004, I saw the gameplay trailer and my hype just went through the roof. I wanted that game. I needed that game. And when it was finally released and I saw how many people online praised it, I had to buy it. But stores in our city didn't have it yet. I convinced my mom to take me to the capital where the choice of discs was better. In one of the stores, I saw the CD. Screens on the back were small, but there was Spider-Man swinging on webs that looked like they were attaching to buildings. That's all I needed to know. My mom asked if I'm sure that's the game I want. Of course I said yes. I kept the disc box in my hands throughout the whole 2-hour ride back to our home city. I couldn't wait to put it in our PC's DVD drive. Yeah, we didn't have a PS2 or Xbox or any of the home consoles. Moldova is an Eastern European country and therefore it was mostly focused on PCs. I installed the game with anticipation. And then I saw this. I couldn't understand why the game was about clicking on web icons in the air. This is absolutely not what I saw in trailers. This is not what people were talking about online either. Eventually, after some digging, I found out that the PC version is an entirely different game, not a port from consoles like the previous titles. Now, obviously I kept playing the game anyway, sort of falling into Stockholm Syndrome. I wanted to play Spider-Man 2 so much. Not this Spider-Man 2, but there wasn't any other Spider-Man 2 I could play. In an attempt to somehow have a game where I would swing from building to building, I actually was avoiding swing icons and used to web zip from wall to wall. That's how desperate I was for the console Spider-Man 2 experience. Returning to the game now as a professional game designer, I understand that the team at Fizz Factor was most likely contacted at the last possible moment to make something for PC, so I do not blame them for this. More than that, despite the extreme disappointment during my childhood, I really cannot say that this is an outright shitty game. Simplistic? Incredibly so. Story adaptation is haphazard and often illogical? Sure. Not looking great? For the most part, everything is very awkward to say the least. The moment where Aunt May was kidnapped is particularly hilarious.
Come on, lady, you're riding with us.
Help, Spider-Man!
I'll have to catch up with Ock later. Can't let them take Aunt May.
But this game tries to be creative within the extent of its mechanics. There is actually some really nice ideas, for example the Mysterio encounter outright transforming the city into this weird set of floating islands. And it doesn't work like crap either. It's barely possible to play normally so many of the older Spider-Man games because of really clunky controls, while this one plays just fine. Sure, most of your actions are done with the left mouse click, but the game attempts to have variety and provide a reasonable pacing while putting some secrets for exploration purposes. Look, I could make fun of stuff like Simon Says bank vaults, but quite frankly that would be dishonest on my part. Spider-Man 2 for PC might not do anything particularly great, but when looking at this game based on its own merits, without comparing it to the console version, this is far from the worst Spider-Man game released. I'm going to assign a Statocritic rating of 36. Yes, the game is still disappointing, but there is also some simplistic enjoyment that can be found in it. With my only Spider-Man 2 experience being the PC version, Treyarch's console adaptation became a title that I literally dreamed of playing. But other Spider-Man games came and went, so in the end this one sort of always remained in the backlog. But now with me working on this video series, 19 years later, I finally had a reason to properly play Spider-Man 2. I was particularly excited because of all the praise I still keep hearing about its swinging system, how many features it's got, how creative you can be, and how much control you have. In a way, launching the game up, I felt like my 13-year-old self again. And I have to fully admit that 13-year-old me probably would have been ecstatic about the game. The current me was somewhat underwhelmed. But let's take everything in order. Spider-Man 2 has a combat system that people in our days would compare to Arkham Asylum. There is a big focus on dodging and counterattacks, as well as performing a number of various combos, the amount of which only increases as you progress. You're also encouraged to take enemies into the air and juggle them through air combos. When it works, it's very fun. However, it doesn't always work. The actions are performed with a sort of delay, sometimes the chain of your inputs is not properly recognized, dodging works inconsistently, all this makes the combat experience pretty clunky. Even more so in the late game thanks to criminals becoming very adept at blocking your hits and dodging your webs, even when you're in the slow motion spider reflex mode that increases your damage. Heck, these people are more dangerous than some of the bosses, which in turn are very underwhelming due to regrettably basic combat designs.
Yeah, no more messing around.
I'm gonna have to take away your credit card.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Is that a horn on your head, or are you just glad to see me?
Maybe I
The city randomly generates tons of crimes and citizens in need of assistance, some just happen in the world and some have to be activated through awkward dialogue. But in the end there is not enough event types, and since most of them boil down to combat, eventually you think twice before heading towards police for help. The game has spread throughout Manhattan hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of little collectible tokens, and I wouldn't call searching for difficult to see little icons with practically zero reward besides a checkmark to be an engaging process. The main missions are also pretty repetitive. There are some standout ones for sure, but even the most original levels hinge more on an interesting premise rather than actual gameplay engagement. In general, most tasks involve beating a group of thugs up, going from point A to point B, or following a black cat, and yeah, the latter is a very regular thing you're going to do. Black Cat is a very prominent character in the story, and there is a couple things that I appreciate about the way Spider-Man 2 handles its narrative. First, like in the game before it, it doesn't try to recreate word-to-word the plot of the film. For example, in the movie the dilemma was if Peter Parker should abandon the life of Spider-Man, but here in the game, through Black Cat, the dilemma is if Spider-Man should abandon the life of Peter Parker. And that's a pretty smart decision that still keeps the narrative core around the same thread while meeting the needs of the game. The story itself is also told in a much more coherent manner than in the previous title. Yeah, sure, sometimes there are still some leaps of logic happening, and the way some of the additional villains are introduced to the game is awkward, but it's got proper storytelling structure. If only the movie actors reprising the roles would have had any enjoyment actually voicing their characters. If in the previous game Toby had a dry style of delivery that was still fine, in this game it feels like he is just really bored.
This may not be art, but I like it. Okay, I'll bite. How did the fishbowl get stuck on your head?
Doesn't help that to accommodate the very impressive on a technical level open world and swimming system, the quality of animations, environments, lip sync, everything takes a hit. Even the design of the sound and music systems can feel sort of lacking. The soundscape is often pretty barren, even though the quality of the sounds and music themselves is great.
Yo. I can't believe those crooks. I just ordered my gigantesco latte and they burst in. I didn't get to finish it, I didn't get to start it.
Yo, anybody moves and they'll regret it. Oh no.
All this is wrapped in a structure that really tries to stretch the game's limited amount of main content by forcing you to collect a number of hero points each chapter before progressing, and most of these hero points are received through side activities. They can be used to purchase various new abilities in the comic book shop. It all feels somewhat artificial, though the comic book shop wrapper is cute. So to summarize, Spider-Man 2 has a solid direction, but pretty much every facet is clunky, flawed, or lacking in certain ways. But one might say that all that is not the point of the game, since it will still be special due to the web swinging mechanics and the whopping 150 races alongside pizza deliveries that utilize the system to the max. And this is where I have to disagree, for the most part at least. While the Spider-Man 2 web swinging is a tremendous technical innovation, I do not think it is that great to play. Or rather, it's not great to play in the circumstances where you need to actually do something. Because if you're just swinging around New York without worrying much where to go other than the general direction, the system is exhilarating. You can get to incredibly high speeds, jump from building to building, wall run all over the place, use 2 webs if you want and launch yourself as a catapult or swing from lampposts. There's many ways to express yourself. But you know what is one of the most hated sounds by all Spider-Man 2 players everywhere? This. Catching the balloon is a seemingly very little task, but it's one that requires precision. And the more precision you need in the game, the worse Spider-Man 2 navigation system becomes. The problem revolves around your inputs being more of a suggestion, if anything. Here is a very concrete example. If in the same set of circumstances you're going to activate WebZip while pushing the stick forward, at times Spider-Man will WebZip towards the building to the right, that's closer, sometimes he will WebZip towards the trees to the left, which are farther away, and sometimes he just won't do anything and you have to keep activating WebZip until he finds something. And if let's say you push the stick diagonally to the right to make sure he chooses the building, Spidey in this case can decide to WebZip to a point even farther to the right, and that's still not what you need. This also applies to standard web swinging. You never really know if Spider-Man is going to shoot out a short web that will send you into a loop, or one so long that you will lose your momentum by running onto the ground, or anywhere in between. And it's not like a total control of where your web sticks is possible or even needed, but there is barely any ability to control what happens after the web connects. You can shift yourself mid-swing only by a bit, bigger jumps are something that can be done only through charging beforehand, and by the way, sometimes it's enough to sprint only a little for Spidey to jump far forward, and sometimes he jumps up anyway, costing precious time in a race. Mid-air control is also relatively limited. If you want to wall run up, you have to make sure the wall run is activated on an upwards motion, because if your arc points down even a little bit, Spidey will run down, potentially ruining your plans, and as a result of all this, you will keep bumping a lot. Oh, and the camera keeps trying to recenter itself in weird ways, which is especially annoying in cases where you need to run and jump up a building wall. And those creative moves like double webs, catapults, swinging from flagpoles? Yeah, they basically stop your momentum entirely, so if you need to reach a goal fast in a race, it's better to not do that unless the mission specifically requires you to. After a while, you realize that to master the system and gain some degree of consistency while going fast, you have to try and minimize the amount you spend actually swinging. Attach the web only for a very short time, thus resetting your boost so you could speed yourself up as often as possible. This will allow you to decrease the randomness and help with keeping a straight path. And even then, sometimes while you do that, Spidey attaches to something which will send you flying in an absolutely different direction. I learned this technique while trying to complete races for their second stage of record time, the Mega Time. And I was doing quite a lot of these because I made it my goal to make sure I fully understood the system. Besides, with how many races there are, they are essentially the actual meat of the game. But what bothered me while going for these mega times is that me reaching that threshold often felt like a result of getting lucky with the game not messing up what I was doing, rather than the consequences of me getting better, because similar actions and timings often led to widely different results, and that's just not how skill mastery is supposed to work. I'm sure with time, if I would keep practicing the aforementioned tactic of keeping my speed as high as possible, while doing as few swinging arcs as possible, and avoid any fancy tricks that remove your momentum, I would manage to become more consistent and more often turn luck to my side and be able to fix situations when the game decides to do something wild. But to me, all this goes against what I find enjoyable in mastering game mechanics. And while freeform roaming around the city is an absolute blast, that aspect alone is not what defines the overall quality of the game and my personal enjoyment in particular. So this is where we get to the controversial part of the video. I will assign a Stasocritic rating of 57. Far from the top or close to top position Spider-Man 2 usually gets in these rankings. The game has an incredibly innovative and technically impressive swinging system that feels absolutely amazing when you want to just fly around the city. Spider-Man 2 is incredibly important to the franchise history because it has essentially set up the foundation that will be followed by so many other Spider-Man games in the future. But, that being said, the game itself is far from ideal in any of its aspects. Combat, mission design, exploration, structure, and even the web swinging itself. But for what it's worth, they do have a well-defined core. If someone from Vicarious Visions, currently known as Blizzard Albany, is watching me, I am really sorry, but this is going to be another title with good ideas and interesting direction that I'm going to criticize for poor implementation. So, remember what I said about the previous handheld titles from the studio: Spider-Man for Game Boy Color and Mysterio's Menace for Game Boy Advance. Now apply all that to the DS Spider-Man 2 game, only now in 3D with confusing 2.5D levels, where you have to find all instances of whatever is the goal, be it hostages or robots or electrical panels, somewhat unresponsive controls, and an uncomfortable system of choosing your special move through the touchscreen buttons in the center. Oh, and this is a DS title, so of course there are some awkward gimmicky touchscreen minigames, mostly during boss battles. The game is going to get a Metacritic rating of 32. It has the potential to be a fun platformer, but the implementation of it all transforms it into a pretty disappointing experience. Now, the sequel to the previous Spider-Man Game Boy Advance title by Digital Eclipse, on the other hand, is a pretty considerable improvement over its predecessor, with caveats. The game can be somewhat problematic. Hit detection is wonky, very often enemies can't be damaged if you punch them during their staggered animation, your attacks can't be cancelled, and that's a problem considering some of the attack animations can be pretty long. Action detection can be flawed as well. For example, instead of picking up a barrel, Spider-Man can destroy it. It's a game with pretty clunky mechanics, which in a way is surprising in comparison to the relative polish of the previous title. So Spider-Man 2 not only doesn't fix the gameplay issues from that game, it adds more. Does it help that the beginning is not particularly great, with you having to roam around a labyrinthine level trying to find people to deliver pizza to in 7 minutes? All the aforementioned gameplay issues sadly don't go away. It's something you will have to deal with the entire game. That being said, unlike many other Spider-Man titles, including the recently discussed Nintendo DS version, Spider-Man 2 for GBA is worth experiencing if you manage to get used to or look past its problems. For one, the level design and pacing are actually pretty good. There is enough variety to keep things interesting both in terms of mission objectives — it's not a chain of one-typed goals where you have to find a set of objects and haphazardly put levels like it was in the previous GBA game — and within the levels themselves there is a bigger amount of elements that make things more engaging, even if they can feel a bit funny in terms of contextualization. For example, there is a bank level with what seems to be some exceptionally strong air conditioners. But hey, it creates interesting gameplay situations, so can't complain there. Bosses are also more interesting, each trying to provide a specific experience unique to them. But the most intriguing aspect of the game to me personally is the attempt to create an open-world experience on a GBA. The previous game had 3D swinging bonus levels. Spider-Man 2 reutilizes that technology to make a fully open city where you go from mission to mission by swinging through it. In these segments, the environments look sort of horrible, the city feels dead with you being the only resident in it, and there is barely anything to do other than just go towards the mission icon, but I'll be damned if I won't admit that I'm impressed by the ambition. And there's just some magic in seeing this kind of gameplay on your little Game Boy Advance screen. All in all, Spider-Man 2 for GBA gets a Metacritic rating of 52. It's one of those games I wish I could have rated higher, but its issues are difficult to ignore and are often quite frustrating. Still, if you have enough tolerance for gameplay clunkiness, Spider-Man 2 can be worth a try. The N-Gage, one of those flops that has utterly failed simply because it was a wonderful concept too ahead of its time. Still, there's a Spider-Man 2 game made for it by Digital Eclipse, and the first few couple levels bear a very suspicious resemblance to the first several levels of their first GBA Spider-Man movie game, not to mention the mechanics and UI. Differences start to crop up later on with actually new level content and a different way of doing the swinging segments between some levels. Now it's in full 3D. Still, I wouldn't call the adaptation of the source game to be successful. Similarly to the GBA Spider-Man 2, the core mechanics are much clunkier and less enjoyable, but unlike the GBA Spider-Man 2, there is no levels or progression that make it worth going through the clunkiness. The story also makes absolutely zero sense, and it saddens me that due to N-Gage not being popular, this game's still frame cutscenes did not get used for meme material. They are so deliciously ridiculous. I mean... Still, this doesn't save the N-Gage Spider-Man 2 version from getting a Metacritic rating of 34. Yeah, there are many Spider-Man games that are far worse, but also, this one wouldn't make getting an N-Gage worth it. Developed by Aw Games, this is a collection of minigames for very small children. And as far as activity centers go, it's far from the worst one I have seen, but also it's not exactly tight. I fully understand and approve the usage of only the mouse, but some minigames like the wall crawling one and Metal Gear Spidey have you move the character by just moving the cursor, without clicking, and even I had troubles with coordinating that kind of navigation. Some of the minigames also feel a bit weird in terms of thematic, for example the one where you have to match a mugshot based on witness testimony. Not something you'd expect Spider-Man to do. But at any rate, this minigame collection is sort of adequate for what it is, I guess. I will assign a Metacritic rating of 40. It's okay-ish, but it's definitely a product of its time. Not only does this game help with my case of not all Java-based titles being bad, it's also been developed by Vicarious Visions, and they finally can stop feeling horrible for putting their Spider-Man games down. Spider-Man vs. Doc Ock is essentially a collection of 3 minigames that you repeat over and over again, with increasing difficulty and changes in the environment through time of day. The controls are tight and responsive, though the difficulty can get pretty crazy in the later stages. Still, with its short but satisfying gameplay loop, catchy music that's similar to the 90s show theme, and quite smooth animations, this is a pretty good arcade game, perfect for playing on your phone for a few minutes while you're waiting for something. The reason it gets a Metacritic rating of 52 mainly comes from me personally not being particularly engaged with it, so I think it's just alright. But if it's your jam and you're a Spider-Man fan, there are ways to get this game working even on a modern phone, so you could tackle the arcade challenge from time to time. This is also a mobile phone collection of Spider-Man 2 based minigames, only in full 3D. There is not much else to say other than the fact that the game being developed for Brew and not Java made it particularly difficult to preserve and to actually find a way to play it in modern times. It will get a Metacritic rating of 51. You can have some fun with these, and I'm glad that it's saved for historical purposes, but also it's probably best to seek out this minigame collection only if you're a huge Spider-Man fan that would want to try it out. Otherwise, it's fine, but really, nothing special. This is a mobile pinball game with a Spider-Man skin on it. I mean, it's literally skin. The title is based off trans pinball that was adapting franchises like Space Invaders and Arkanoid into a pinball game. With that knowledge, it makes sense why there's some weird flying spiders in one of the stages. There's not much you can say about this particular game though. It's pinball. It can be addicting because the core loop of a pinball game is pretty engaging. However, I must say that the physics in this version feel a bit off and the tables are not interesting enough to balance that out. So, Spider-Man 2 Pinball gets a Metacritic rating of 45. It's a perfectly fine time waster for mobile phones, but there's no particular reason to seek this game out. One of the launch titles for PlayStation Portable was the Spider-Man 2 game, developed by Vicarious Visions. And if it looks to you suspiciously similar to the Spider-Man the movie game from 2002, well, it's because it is essentially a direct sequel to that. And it clearly had a very short development timeline, because there's music and level environments that were literally reused from the first Spider-Man game, and quite a number of noticeable bugs, though I haven't encountered anything game-breaking. Still, this is a game where there are skills that are supposedly purchased for XP points, but they are actually unlocked from the very beginning. Definite signs of a fast development pipeline. Not to mention things like some enemies having quite ridiculous visual designs, especially the eye patch pirate thugs, the story being a poorly connected sequence of events that only vaguely make sense on a broad level, and I would guess the development team didn't have the possibility to hire Alfred Molina for new voice lines, so they had to reuse what they could from previous games, and it doesn't feel like it always fits.
You're becoming very troublesome.
Also, while the gameplay graphics are fine, the pre-rendered cutscenes can look very weird. And why does Peter just take off his mask for no reason here? Anyway, you might think that I'm getting back to being disappointed by Spider-Man game developed by Vicarious Visions, that I just can't give the team there a break. But not this time. This time, there's a plot twist. Spider-Man 2 for PSP, despite its problems and clearly rushed development cycle, is the Spider-Man 2 game I had the most fun with. It's not nearly as innovative as the console version, but also for me personally, it wasn't nearly as frustrating. Yes, Spider-Man attaches his webs to thin air and flies like a drone, but at least I can have proper control and not rely on luck. There's far less combos than even in the first Spider-Man movie game, let alone the second one, where the controls are consistent and more responsive. Each combo has a different purpose, and I can actually get enjoyment from being able to air juggle enemies consistently. Each level is not particularly big, but the various situations and goals are pretty varied, and every time there's something new. Saving hostages from a museum with robotic knights and mummies, disarming bombs, escaping bank security through vents, there's even a side-scrolling level on a train. And bosses are far more enjoyable as well. I mean, remember this Rhino fight from the console version. And here in the PSP version, it's a double fight with Shocker, where you have to make Shocker's blasts hit the Rhino, and then have the Rhino destroy columns holding the platform Shocker is standing on. Or the Mysterio fight, and I'll admit that the Quentin Beck character is much better in the console version, and the final encounter with Mysterio is exceptionally memorable there, but I had far more engagement with this more traditional Mysterio boss fight. Vulture has been a practically total copy from the first Spider-Man game with a couple additions and environment changes, but also the fight from that game was fun, so yeah. And sure, the game is so short that if you start playing it as you turn on the Spider-Man 2 movie, the credits are likely to start at the same time in both the game and the film. I can totally see why Spider-Man 2 for PSP might not be everyone's cup of tea, and why back in the day it could be seen as a poor value proposition. But from my side, I will assign a Stasocritic rating of 61. It's an unassumingly fun game. Not as innovative as the console version and definitely not as important historically, but also less frustrating and more enjoyable for me. Another minigame collection developed for Brew, this one is impossible to play nowadays. At the moment of writing this, there has been no phones found from which the game could be ripped for preservation, and the only thing I could find is this screenshot. I'm not rating games that are impossible to play, but just acknowledging them. Of course, there are chances for this to become playable again, and I will rate it then, but until further notice, rest in peace, Spider-Man New York Subway. Another mobile game that at the moment is impossible to play, however there is at least actual gameplay footage of it that can be found online. The few reviews that I have seen seem to have been pretty positive. It's a platformer that shows promise. So hopefully this title will get dug up one day. Until then, rest in peace, the hero returns. To be quite honest, after experiencing and being somewhat underwhelmed by the console Spider-Man 2 game, I was a bit afraid to get back to Treyarch's Ultimate Spider-Man. Unlike Spider-Man 2, Ultimate Spider-Man on PC was the same game as on all other home consoles. This means that back then, when I had access only to a PC, this was my introduction to open-world Spider-Man games. I would spend hundreds and hundreds of hours in it, not only free-roaming in my main profile, but also regularly creating new ones to play through the campaign again. I absolutely adored Ultimate Spider-Man, especially the swinging, which at the time and even nowadays people often tend to call a worse version of the Spider-Man 2 swinging system because it's based on the easy swing control method from that game with no possibility to do some tricks like double webs and pole swinging. But given how often I've been frustrated by the Spider-Man 2 swinging, I was afraid of having all my fond Ultimate Spider-Man childhood memories shatter as I would fight with its even more limited navigation system. But after actually replaying the game, I realized the feedback oversimplifies everything. It is true that Ultimate Spider-Man uses the easy swing method, where to let go of the web you have to release the swing button instead of tap and jump, and some of the tricks are missing. But just focusing on that devalues everything else Ultimate Spider-Man does to make the swinging system enjoyable to master without relying on luck. The mechanics are very different and, as far as I'm concerned, much more skill-based. First, you don't need to charge your jumps. The longer you hold the button, the higher your jump is, up to a certain limit of course. The degree of mid-air control is also far greater, and at any point you can do a double jump that not only practically lets you switch directions instantly, but has its own controlled jump height as well. And every web action resets the double jump. Then, while webs still have to attach to buildings, you are not as restricted by the physics and have greater degree of movement while swinging. More than that, you can climb your web, which not only allows you to adjust the length as necessary, but also helps to make swing arcs that will take you higher up. In Spider-Man 2, web zipping could choose random directions for you, but here it always searches for the closest point only in the direction of your stick push. If there is nothing, Spidey won't web zip. This means that depending on the distance to the closest surface, some web zips are more effective than others, but that's part of what gives you the so needed degree of control. Wall running has also been fixed in this game. It will never send you downwards, you can run only parallel to the ground or upwards in various directions. And finally, you never have to worry about Spider-Man accidentally running on the ground, as he will automatically adjust the web length to not touch it. Now, some might say that all this makes swinging easier. And yes, it is easier to just casually swing around the city, but this doesn't mean that the skill ceiling is low. You have a far bigger degree of control, so your timing of button presses and strategic thinking matters far more, especially in content like races. In Ultimate Spider-Man, there are 60 web-swinging races as opposed to Spider-Man 2's 150, but each track is very well thought out. And thanks to how web-swinging works here, it actually has been really enjoyable to target ultimate medals, as every time you see progress that depends on your skill. The game never messes anything up. If something goes wrong, you understand why and what you need to do differently, so raising the best time from bronze to silver to gold to ultimate always felt satisfying. Honestly, I would never be able to do and enjoy in Spider-Man 2 what I'm able to do and enjoy in Ultimate Spider-Man. As a result, I've actually reached ultimate medals in all easy, medium and hard races. Now, insane ones still give me trouble in that regard, their difficulty is quite insane indeed, but also I'm confident I will be able to ultimate them too eventually, because Ultimate Spider-Man is consistent. At first you might wonder how the hell are you supposed to touch the wall underneath a sky bridge, but then that comes naturally. Of course, this game is not just about web swinging races, but they are good examples of why I love the swinging system here much more than in Spider-Man 2. I appreciate the amount of control and how I can actually feel the increase in mastery of the system. In Spider-Man 2, I didn't, even after 40 hours of gameplay, because the game would regularly pull something random and unexpected on me that I had no way of controlling. Combat has seen significant changes as well, and it's also something I enjoy far more than in Spider-Man 2. There's no combo moves triggered by a series of specific button presses anymore. You have your basic actions like kick, punch, grab, webbing, and then you have some variations depending on button combinations. Like if you use a web attack with a punch, you reel the enemy in to then send them behind you. If you push your stick towards the wall while pressing one of the attack buttons, Spidey will jump off that wall to perform his move, and so on. What really makes the system engaging is that your damage gets bigger with a variety of moves you perform, and it increases even more if you switch between targets while doing that. Also, after an enemy is defeated, they will get back up again after some time if you do not web them up. So Spider-Man doesn't kill in this game, unless of course accidents happen. This creates a really distinct, agile, never standing in one place style of fighting for Spider-Man, and that's great as it provides a big contrast with Venom, who is the second playable character. And Venom's style is more of a brutal, head-smashing and spine-cracking variety. Plus, he always loses health unless he feeds on someone, and if you, like me when I was a kid, have never played the console Spider-Man 2 before, you won't understand the dark humor of the feeding tutorial using a child with a balloon. Venom's navigation is also vastly different. He moves around the city mostly through incredibly high jumps, his wall crawling just smashes the surfaces he's on, the sensation of power is really well done. And while at first you control Venom only in specific story missions, after you complete the game you unlock him in free roam mode, with his own set of races tailored specifically for the character, but more importantly, a very fun Mayhem system where you get more points for destroying stuff around the city, but also as you go on, more difficult enemies are coming at you. And that mode creates a very interesting dynamic with Venom's need to feed, especially considering that civilians heal far more than armed enemies. So you have to balance combat and destruction with finding the best moments to regenerate health. The main campaign itself really hinges on the satisfaction you get from the navigation and combat mechanics, because most missions will follow a structure of you trying to catch up with someone and then battling them as a boss in an arena. Plus, Venom also has some missions that are essentially more controlled versions of his free-roam Mayhem mode. But honestly, I was never bored with this structure. It helped that every mission was sprucing things up in their own way. For example, Rhino would leave tons of destruction in his wake, so there'd be a lot of civilians to rescue, while Beetle creates special shields as he flies, so we have to take that into account while swinging. Every time there's something new that recontextualizes the systems you've been using. Bosses themselves are also enjoyable, usually multi-staged, and I really appreciate that their health bars are not that big. Ultimate Spider-Man's combat systems work best in situations where you fight multiple enemies, while a boss is of course just a single character, and since their health is not that high, the game makes sure that you won't get bored from fighting them, plus the switching of stages happens at a good pace. The rest of the content the game has to offer feels like a more polished up version of Spider-Man 2. You can collect tokens, but there's only a couple hundred of them in total as opposed to thousands. They're big and noticeable and help to unlock stuff like comic book covers or additional playable skins. Random crimes don't involve talking to people now, they just happen. You can quickly sub in, save the day and go your way. There's also combat tours which didn't exist in Spider-Man 2. They're nothing special but fun anyways thanks to the fight system. It is weird that there's still side content requirements you have to complete before every story mission, but they're not big, and personally, I found myself enjoying Ultimate Spider-Man so much that I would always have those requirements complete when receiving them anyway. What was pretty exciting at the time of the game's release is that Ultimate Spider-Man was supposed to be a new story that's canon to the universe. And it was back in the day. However, now it's not, though the plotline of the game has been loosely adapted in one of the later comic book arcs. And I think that's probably for the better. Nowadays, I personally don't find having to consume transmedia or, in the case of Marvel, multiple parallel comic book series to understand the whole picture to be something enjoyable. However, this leaves the narrative of the game in a weird position. There is a lot of things that are either continuing previous plot points or setting up future ones that don't really go anywhere. Of course, the main arc focused on Peter, Eddie and Trask comes to its conclusion, but there is a lot of what one might call useless fluff. But don't get me wrong, calling it fluff doesn't make any of it less enjoyable, as dialogue in this game is amazingly written, the voice acting is fantastic, the jokes are great, and I absolutely adore how it has recreated the comic book style of the Ultimate series, paired with wonderful animation, action framing, and a particularly amazing soundtrack.
3, 4.
Hey you! Is that a rhinoceros horn or you just happen to be to see? I'm so scared I can't even finish my lame joke. Don't worry, nothing's broken, except my spine, a few ribs, maybe everything else. Hey! Where'd you get the cool suit? And by cool, I mean cumbersome and riveting. Don't take it too hard. I mean, clearly, as you can see, I'm kind of a costume design snob. Okay, fine, it's a nice suit. Sorry. Jeez.
I must however admit that as technologically impressive as the game is, it definitely pushes the limits of its console generation with really visible texture and model pop-ins, alongside some other technical issues like at times randomly desyncing sound, often uneven levels between music and voice lines, and stuff like that. Still, all that doesn't take away from the huge amount of work that was clearly put into transforming comic book pages to life. Ultimate Spider-Man gets a Stanislav critic rating of 87. To me, it took the technological innovation of Spider-Man 2 and then made a really great and polished game out of it. Could something still be improved? Sure, it would be great, for example, to have far more elaborate main missions. But what Ultimate Spider-Man has is still greatly enjoyable not only due to polished mechanics, but how the game's missions elevate them in various ways. So it definitely has set a new quality bar for Spider-Man games in general. Vicarious Visions DS game is based on their previous Spider-Man 2 title, which you might remember I considered pretty disappointing, let's say. Ultimate Spider-Man, however, is anything but. Core gameplay is very similar, but it's been polished up to a snappy, responsive and consistent state. You won't encounter many issues. Levels still use a 2.5D perspective with the camera rotating around the environments and such. But for the most part, the design is far more linear, and when there are multiple paths, usually there's icons that help to showcase where you need to go. Of course, there are multiple ways to tackle design issues, but this works for fixing Spider-Man 2's quite confusing layouts and similar objectives in every mission. And it's not like Ultimate Spider-Man does anything elaborate. Enemies are pretty basic, boss design likewise does the bare minimum for the fights to be enjoyable, however the amount of variety thrown at you balances everything out. I particularly enjoyed the level where you take turns playing as Venom and Spider-Man in a museum. Yes, Venom is playable in this version as well, and at first I was almost horrified that his controls in an attempt to be differentiated from Spider-Man are based almost entirely on touchscreen. So often these gimmicks don't work out well. But here I actually didn't have any issues, in fact it was quite enjoyable. If you still would like to avoid using the touchscreen, all actions except throwing objects can be performed with the face buttons, though this is not explicitly mentioned in the tutorials. That said, I would rather live without the swiping and tapping minigames that you often need to do when saving someone. Honestly, sometimes the timers for civilians in danger are so short that it feels like this was an attempt to prolong the gameplay, as without replays after failure the whole game can be completed in 2 hours. The story is practically the same as in the console version. Some situations have been changed or adjusted, some dialogues have extra lines that add flair to them, while others have been cut down, but the narrative is pretty much the same, sharing similar strengths and weaknesses. The art style has been transferred to the DS screen pretty well, and the edited stills from console cutscenes look good too, with most of the voice acting being reused. There are, however, a number of aspects that make the game feel a bit cheap. The amount of lines properly voiced, both during cutscenes and levels, it feels jarring when some dialogues are suddenly represented only through text on the second screen. Not enough music from the console game has been reused, as a result you'll hear a lot of the same tunes often. But the biggest weird thing is an absolute total lack of sound effects attached to player and NPC actions. There's background music and there's ambience, but the rest of the game's sound design is bizarrely empty. At first I thought maybe it's simulation issues. I can't record the DS directly, so doing it from a PC. But then I checked it on my DS Lite, and it was the same way there. Ultimate Spider-Man for DS gets a Costiuc rating of 71. It's not particularly deep or elaborate, and while aesthetically pleasing lacks some polish in that area, but still, it's a pretty fun and enjoyable platformer. The GBA version of Ultimate Spider-Man was also developed by Vicarious Visions. In terms of gameplay, it is actually sort of similar to the NDS version at its core, but I would say a bit more advanced. While there is less boss battles, the design of normal enemies is more varied, and your moveset isn't as basic. Plus, exploration matters a bit more because in most levels there are upgrades that either power up one of your character's stats or add an additional move combo. That said, the amount of depth added is still a bit too small for the length of the levels. They can last too long for their own good. Plus, there is a surprisingly large amount of sewer segments you have to go through both as Spider-Man and Venom, which gets old not only gameplay-wise, but visually as well. I don't have anything against going underground every now and then, but there's so many beautiful art assets that the game is wasted on this amount of sewer or underground levels. The story is told in a heavily truncated fashion. You will get the overall plot, and I suppose there's the advantage of the game not wasting time on what I called fluff when it comes to other versions, but at the same time a lot of character and great writing is lost. Ultimate Spider-Man for GBA is an absolutely fine game that will get a Metacritic rating of 65. You won't regret trying it out, but for me it's also a one-time game. If I'm ever to replay a handheld Ultimate Spider-Man, it will be the DS version, not this one. The Ultimate Spider-Man for phones is an interesting beast conceptually. It is designed like an asynchronous multiplayer game, where each level Venom has a goal to eat a certain amount of people, while Spider-Man needs to defeat Venom before he does that. Only there is no actual multiplayer. You first choose your character and then the enemy is always played by an AI. And that's where the interesting part stops, really. The controls are somewhat clunky, the levels are pretty random in their design, and the AI can often be dumb. The Java Ultimate Spider-Man is not a bad game per se, but I couldn't bother playing it for a considerable amount of time, so it will get a Metacritic rating of 34. Not the worst, but not worth seeking out either. Battle for New York would not be the first time Torus Games makes a Spider-Man game based on a Vicarious Visions engine. Their Spider-Man 2 The Sinister Six for Game Boy Color was really nice. So I was sort of expecting something similar with Battle for New York, which is clearly based on the Ultimate Spider-Man DS game. Sadly, it's not as good. First, while it may seem like Green Goblin is a reskinned Venom, he is not. He's far slower and clunkier to control. I do appreciate the attempts at gameplay differentiation and how levels with Goblin also have psychedelic nightmare creatures to showcase his mental state. But it's not that enjoyable to play as him, which is a problem considering that like Venom and Ultimate Spider-Man, here you control Goblin for half of the game. Spider-Man plays practically the same, which is nice, however even he struggles with the Battle for New York's two biggest problems: weird enemy collision detection and subpar level design, with the latter being a bigger issue across the entire board. Outside of some layouts being pretty confusing, you'll encounter stuff like enemies required to defeat taking too long to spawn, level parts needed for progression being placed pretty much outside the visible viewport area, and some other annoyances like after completing everything in the level, having to backtrack the whole thing to defeat some suddenly spawned criminals. The story is pretty enjoyable, being loosely inspired by Spider-Man's first encounter with the Green Goblin in the Ultimate Universe, and there's actually a couple pretty poignant moments. But also, I would not say it's a tale that's worth forcing yourself to get through the entire game. Spider-Man Battle for New York gets a Metacritic rating of 46. It's certainly playable, you might enjoy it, but in the end it's a worse, more confusing and less fun version of Ultimate Spider-Man for DS. The DS version being what it is, I was hoping that maybe the GBA release of Battle for New York, which is based on the GBA version of Ultimate Spider-Man, is going to be an enjoyable experience. It has pretty much the same issues as the DS version though. Green Goblin doesn't feel good to play, level design is confusing, with weird things like small hard-to-see vent shafts being required for progression and fire hydrants on rooftops? The story is pretty much the same, some of the dialogues are a bit shortened, but all the important parts are intact. Still, like with the DS version, I wouldn't say you should force yourself to go through the game for its story. The GBA version of Battle for New York gets a Metacritic rating of 41. Like the DS version, this one is certainly playable, but again, it's just a worse version of the Ultimate Spider-Man game, this time for GBA. I actually didn't expect much from this phone title because there's barely any information about it online. It's missing from most databases and wikis. However, I was actually very surprised. It's essentially a rhythm game, without music, where you have to press correct buttons at correct moments so Spider-Man will swing further or do whatever actions he needs to do. There's a campaign mode completing which unlocks levels for survival mode. Each level adds more and more complexity to the rhythm game. It can get pretty addicting, honestly. Sadly, there is a pretty significant annoyance, and in arcade games like this one, such things can matter a lot. If the icon is even a little bit outside the allowed zone, it will count as a miss. And considering that Spider-Man always keeps moving around the screen, and that the more you fail, the more the designated input zone decreases, plus everything happens on a small phone screen, you can see how that can get irritating. That being said, it's something that you can get used to, and once you do and get the hang of it, the game becomes quite enjoyable. It will get a Metacritic rating of 59. Sure, it's not an open world game or an exciting platformer, but taking the title for what it is, it's actually pretty fine. Treyarch's Spider-Man 3 doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. I'm not talking only about the story, and in that particular area I wouldn't even know where to begin. Would it be appropriate to discuss the weird motivations like no desire to follow a freaking huge lizard eating hot dogs? Oh no, we just take the photo and go away. Or maybe we should discuss an almost total lack of setup for any of the movie villains. They have much less development than game-specific opponents, most of which are gangs led by these random people, with the main campaign feeling like it's a bunch of side missions going in parallel. Or maybe it's best to begin discussion with poorly written dialogues that are horribly voiced by the movie cast.
I'll take that. Oh, you think you're smart, buddy? Well, think again. I hit a bunch of cameras around here, and now I have an even better shot than I was planning. You punching me in the jaw and taking my camera. So thanks.
To be fair, in comparison to that, Tobey's performance sounds stellar.
They aren't paying me enough.
Of course, there is also an exception in the form of J.K. Simmons' JJ, who is always a pleasure to listen to.
That's the third call I got about giant lizards running amok in Gramercy Park. Giant lizards!
Listen to, not watch. These animations are meme material for a reason. Even the black suit affecting Peter's personality is not handled particularly well. You won't even see the symbiote for literally half of the main campaign, and after you do get the suit, being exceptionally aggressive towards a villain you have never seen before and pushing his face into a train might seem cruel, except even without the symbiote, Peter tries to push his friend and mentor through a freaking grinder. I suppose the difference is that he doesn't apologize to Sandman. One thing I do appreciate, and I didn't mention that in my Spider-Man 2 entry, though it applies to that as well, is that Spider-Man 3 tries to continue the movie tie-in continuity. These games are not just 3 separate adaptations of every movie. They're all actually linked together by the same world, and that's great. Though sadly, this doesn't save the narrative of Spider-Man 3. But as I said, it's not just the story that doesn't make sense, it's the whole game. The swinging system is very weird. While Ultimate Spider-Man gave more control mid-swing, it still was physics-based, and here the system tries to look like it's physics-based with its animations, but it lacks any sort of momentum. You can just move your character around however you'd like. Spider-Man 3 adds a double jump from Ultimate Spider-Man, and yet it's useless, this time behaving realistically in terms of physics and neither snapping you into a different direction or anything else. Plus, there is no function of jumping higher while holding the button. In this game you again have to pre-charge your jumps. Wall running almost never works as one would want to, even though the previous game found a solution. Spider-Man 3 wanted to go for a huge scale of the city, and yet we're moving at a snail's pace through it, even after a bunch of speed upgrades that you seem to be getting at random points. Combat gets rid of manual lock-on. This time it's automatic, but Spider-Man doesn't prioritize enemies. Even when pointing the stick towards them, he can attack random objects instead. Dodging feels strange because it happens automatically while you hold the Spider Reflexes button. And overall, fighting became this weird mix of a combo-based system where you need to press specific buttons, combined with Ultimate Spider-Man's freeform system where it's all about the action that you press. It feels like half of the campaign takes place underground in the suspiciously spacious subway and sewers. There's tons of various minigames connected to bomb defusing, and yet sometimes you just have to throw the bomb far away, only not too far.
Looks like I'll have to use the brute force method instead.
Bosses have huge amounts of health, and yet don't vary their moveset enough to justify the prolonged battles. There's half-baked stealth sections, and who can forget the often randomly appearing quick-time events. Okay, technically they're scripted, but they do feel random because the same challenge one time should be completed with core gameplay mechanics and another one with a QTE, each failing instantly should you press the wrong button during a quickly disappearing prompt. And the fail results are hilarious.
Help! Please! Someone! I'm going to die!
Ultimately, this is why Spider-Man 3 sort of works in a way. The attempt at bringing Spider-Man into a new generation of consoles of course has been quite commendable, but it's really not a good game. To be fair, it's not a bad one either. It's just weird having all these various concepts and mechanics that don't mix and match together at all. I actually played Spider-Man 3 back in 2007 and I don't remember it this way, but going through it now... Look, the gameplay is acceptable enough, and the black suit not only powering you up during combat, but also changing your swinging animations and improving your speed is cool. But the real reason why I kept going forward is just to see what will be the next hilarity, cause Spider-Man 3 is full of them.
So kid, like Parker!
Even when trying to be charming and emotional, Spider-Man 3 is just too funny.
Hey, Spider-Man, I just, wanted to,
You're welcome.
Heck, Spider-Man 3 is too fun even when it tries to be cool. So, Spider-Man 3 is definitely enjoyable, but probably not for the reason it wanted to be, at least for me. It gets a Metacritic rating of 44. This doesn't mean that you can't like Spider-Man 3, of course you can. It's just that it's getting pulled in all these different directions without actually focusing on anything. As a result, Spider-Man 3 has a lot of things that can work, but only if you're ready to accept, ignore, or forgive an equal amount of things that don't really work at all. Vicarious Visions developed a quite frankly underrated version of Spider-Man 3 for a pretty weird set of platforms. It's pretty interesting that the Wii, PS2 and PSP versions are all the same game, with differences applying mostly to graphics, controls and sound quality. And also PSP has an additional side mode called Conquest, though being a collection of random crimes you have to complete within a time limit, it's nothing to write home about. With how Webslinger works, the Wii seems to be the console that informed the game's design. There is a lot of enjoyment to be found in using the Wiimote and nunchuck to shoot web from right and left hands respectively. Swinging on the Sony platforms with just the R2 feels quite basic in comparison. Though personally speaking, it is still more enjoyable than in the next-gen Spider-Man 3, since here swinging is actually physics-based, even if there are invisible anchor points far above trees. That said, because PlayStation controls don't involve lots of shaking, combat mechanics feel a lot more immediate, so you might prefer that. And to be able to play such a game on the PSP is quite mind-boggling. The tech used in this game to not only scale between such wildly different consoles, but also have very impressive civilian and card density, while targeting for 60 FPS with the frame rate unlocked and a pretty high LOD at far distances, well, Spider-Man 2 and Ultimate Spider-Man already have pretty crazy asset streaming technology, but this really takes it to another level. And yeah, okay, to make the technology actually work on these platforms, there's stuff like simplified collisions and AI pathfinding, which can lead to things like people just going through cars on a sidewalk, or how when there's tons of people around, some NPC animations start running at a lower frame rate. But I've been impressed anyway. What makes it even more impressive is a pretty considerable attention to detail with a lot of sound and video assets. In this game, Spider-Man can switch between the suits on the go. The black one is more powerful and gives additional health, but should you use it for too long, Spider-Man will pass out, so he has to force it off from time to time. Now, not only there's two versions of every pre-rendered cutscene for the two suits, depending on which one you're wearing when triggering them, including even the pre-rendered cutscenes that for some reason were based on the next-gen Spider-Man 3 version, there is also so many alternative lines coming both from Spidey and his enemies, including bosses, depending on what suit is being worn at the moment. And this even applies to stuff like the generated crimes and patrols. Some of these lines are genuinely engaging. At times it feels like even Tobey Maguire has fun.
If they really wanted to punish this guy, they could have just made him eat his own food. The biggest gamble these nitwits made is thinking they can actually get away from him.
The environments see a number of changes depending on what mission you're in. For example, in the later parts of the campaign, the Central Park will have a quite different look in comparison to the beginning. This makes me wonder what would happen if Vicarious Visions had more time, as there are still plenty of signs that this version of Spider-Man 3 ultimately had to be rushed to reach its release date. And look, I'm not having any illusions about the design quality of this game. It's quite basic on many levels. That is the aforementioned swinging, which on the Sony platforms doesn't really have any particular depth to its navigation core, even in the races. The one thing I do like is the addition of corner tuning during wall running. Even the Wii version lacks depth, it's just inherently fun to shoot out webs from your hands using motion controls. Combat is more advanced and has a considerable number of unlockable moves, but not all of them chain well together, and in the end, because the design of enemies allows it anyway, most of the time you will resort to your basic moveset with some vaulting combinations. Even bosses in their melee fights are not particularly elaborate, though for what it's worth each has some sort of twist to them. And the missions in the main campaign are just fine. There is enough variety in them to not get bored. I had a particular laugh at the mission where you set up cameras around the city and then take a volunteer for a scary thrill tour to get some photos. And while there's sewer levels as well, you don't get to spend half of the campaign underground. Side missions are very similar to what has been present in so many other Spider-Man games already, but what's pretty unique is the fact that crimes are connected to a dynamic territory control system, and there's quite a lot of variety in terms of how each crime is skinned. You will even get back stolen guitars and just the tastiest fruit pies. Spider-Man 3 definitely embraces camp. I have no problems with mechanics being basic if they're enjoyable enough and are set up in a structure that flows well, and it's precisely the case with this version of Spider-Man 3. In fact, the story actually makes sense here, most of the time. When it doesn't, it's usually when it takes cutscenes from the next-gen version. The first half of the game is largely focused on the lizard subplot. It's not a case of, oh, take some pictures and then forget about it for a bunch of levels. And then that subplot transforms into the second big one involving Morbius and Shriek, who in this version of the universe are husband and wife. And Shriek also got affected by the symbiote from the meteorite. Fighting her is how Spider-Man learns about the sonic quickness. The game feels more disjointed when the movie-based subplots are tackled, but still, even then, in this version of Spider-Man 3, Sandman isn't somebody who Spidey just hates for some reason. Rather, he's a supervillain that Spider-Man just happened to encounter when he tried to not use the black suit as much, but to defeat the Sandman, he had to. Harry actually sees the news about the final battle in the hospital and not at home, and has a dialogue with Peter explaining his change of heart. And then nobody remembers that he dies, but again, that part is taken from the other game. And look, it's not like this version of Spider-Man 3 doesn't have its own quite ridiculously funny moments.
All those tests and nothing!
Oh my God! He's a vampire!
You've ticked me off on the wrong night, Count.
The sun, it will kill me.
Either this guy's a real vampire or the best method actor I've ever seen.
But to me, they're funny more in a campy way than what the hell is this way. I suppose I'm being too harsh on the next-gen Spider-Man 3, but that's how I feel. And this one, well, my opinion is best described by Toby himself from the previous game.
This may not be art, but I like it.
I will assign a Stasocritic rating of 66. I really enjoyed Spider-Man 3, even when the optional crime patrols were starting to get a bit old. But there is just something inherently likable in its relative mechanical simplicity, and I don't regret spending time with this game at all. Vicarious Visions has also made the Spider-Man 3 tie-in for the DS based on their Ultimate Spider-Man DS title. You might remember that I was skeptical of Venom using touch controls, but they turned out to be fine. So after learning that Spider-Man 3 was pretty much controlled only by the touchscreen with no button alternatives, I actually was pretty intrigued. But boy does it not work. Here's the thing, in Ultimate Spider-Man the combat touch controls were pretty simple. You tapped either close to Venom or far from him, held if you wanted to throw someone, and swiped if you wanted to tendril zip. That's it. In Spider-Man 3, the basic attack is you swiping in the direction you want to hit. But then swiping in the opposite direction is throw, tapping is webbing, double tapping is zipping, then there's all these special moves you unlock that require you to do circles and whatnot. And the game is quite horrible at consistently recognizing your inputs because you're essentially moving the stylus all over the place. Accidental touches happen that prevent Spider-Man 3 from understanding what the hell it's supposed to do. It doesn't help that standard enemies have quite big health bars, and it seems, though it's difficult to confirm, that you hit harder when varying your attacks, but really most of the time you just do random stuff. I can see the game being quite enjoyable if it would just go for standard controls. That is a nice implementation of a sort of open-world city divided into zones with different main and side missions. The levels don't seem bad. Spider-Man 3 has a lovely concept, but the controls are tiring, infuriating, and ruin everything. You can't even adjust your jump mid-air a bit because Spidey will start swinging, as that's attached to the navigational D-pad now. This is one of those cases where my personal opinion is directly opposite of the critical consensus, as this is the best reviewed Spider-Man 3 game with a score of 79 on Metacritic, even though the control issues are mentioned in the reviews I read as well. But the fight controls in a platformer brawler define the entire experience, which means that if they're inconsistent and often annoying, so is the entire game. In my Stasocritic scoring system, Spider-Man 3 will get a score of 34. I'm obviously not against full touch controls, after all in this day and age it's not a novelty like it was with the DS, it's a standard control scheme on phones. But the touch controls implementation in this game really sours the experience. Oh boy, is this a roller coaster of emotions with Vicarious Visions that was tasked to make one more Spider-Man 3 game, this time for GBA. And it is the exact opposite of the DS outing. This version clearly doesn't try to innovate. Not only does it take the entire gameplay premise of Ultimate Spider-Man for GBA with some adjusted controls, there is a bunch of leftover assets from that game as well, including the hint icons, some of the music tracks, and Spidey's voice grunts. But I'm fine with the game not trying to reinvent the wheel if it's done well, and Spider-Man 3 definitely is. Imagine Spider-Man 2 for GBA, but with polished mechanics and no side missions or open world in between. It's a tight package of really good, varied levels, which do reuse quite a bit of similar elements like hostages and water valves, but that often happens in different contexts with various challenges attached to those elements, so it doesn't get old. Bosses are also pretty fun, they're not complex but each is pretty unique, ranging from a Chase the Goblin fight to increasingly bullet hellish Electro that has to be overcharged. And honestly, this version is the best at representing the power of the black suit. You could feel the change in other games too, but here it's essentially a rage mode power-up that gets reset if you're hit, and it really boosts your attack. I'm actually fine with enemies being a bit hit spongy here, because it shows the power contrast of the symbiote, especially if you get some temporary upgrades during the levels as well. But the best contrast is definitely shown through Sandman. In the beginning there is an intense level where you have to escape Sandman whom you can't damage at all, and you really feel powerless. But then with a black suit later on you can actually defeat the guy. Though I gotta say that Spider-Man's realization that the suit is bad because he might have killed Sandman is a bit funny in the context of him pretty much being sarcastic about definitely killing again both Sandman and Venom, this time without the influence of the suit. That's definitely weird, but story-wise this game also has the least amount of problems simply because of how straightforward everything is in its setup. You defeat the Goblin, escape Sandman, get the suit, feel the power, beat some villains, beat Sandman, realize suit is bad, get rid of it, and beat the Sandman-Venom team-up, all accompanied with writing that's not deep at all and doesn't provide any real meaningful character arcs or anything, but it's fun. And this is what Spider-Man 3 is. It's just a really well done, fun game. Yeah, it's short, you can beat it in 1 hour and a half, and quite honestly the combat system is deeper than the design of basic enemies. You won't really need to use most of the abilities you unlock. That's a shame. But this doesn't prevent me from assigning a Metacritic rating of 75. Spider-Man 3 is just a really good game, like a shot of adrenaline that hits hard but flies by quickly, and I would definitely recommend it if you're in for some fun platforming Spidey action. JavaGround was tasked to make 2 mobile phone games based on Spider-Man 3. One of them is a traditional side-scrolling platformer, and it's pretty enjoyable. The controls are responsive, levels are simple but fun enough and try to be varied. Sure, stuff like combat can be pretty rudimentary even though you do unlock some combos as you progress, but the enemy design stays pretty much the same practically throughout the whole experience, which lasts about an hour. Bosses are also pretty basic. The story, surprisingly enough, is not absolutely nonsensical. I mean, you'll get the black suit out of nowhere and Venom at the end just appears, but there's actually some pretty nice setups like sand being found all over New York and Spider-Man wondering what is going on. The game at least tries to have some sort of structure. It also looks really good for a Java-based mobile title. Environments are great, animations are fluid enough for a small screen, but there's a distinct lack of sound effects throughout the experience. Some will play for particular objects and actions, but once the music playing at the beginning of a level stops, it's a weirdly mostly silent experience. I still find the game enjoyable enough to assign a Metacritic rating of 61. Yes, it is a pretty much one and done title for me, but I had fun while it lasted. Can I just say that the intro music to this second JavaGround game is pretty tense? It's sort of even funny that such music was written for a relaxing Match 3 game. Well, relaxing until Black Goo suddenly starts chasing you. When the level timer goes all black for the first time and the lose condition changes to that thing catching up, you start feeling the panic. It's great how the game manages to utilize elements inspired by the movie to create such emotions here. Granted, it is questionable why the Spider-Man franchise out of all possible genres needs a Match 3 game in the first place. But we have one, and I know that there might be this temptation to say that it's bad just because it's a Match 3, but it's pretty good. The core of Match 3 games is inherently satisfying, but so much of the long-term enjoyment comes from the snappiness of match controls and the variety brought in by gameplay elements. Now, here the former is as snappy as it can be on a button-based phone, while the latter is good enough to create a pretty big number of levels with varied pacing. That said, while the core set of boosters, power-ups and obstacles that appear throughout the levels as you try to uncover a path for Spider-Man by matching over it is solid, after some time it does feel like there is not enough new stuff coming in. Levels still do a good job of trying to keep the pacing varied and preventing the elements and setups from getting old for as long as possible, but unless you're a huge Match 3 fan, that moment will come sooner or later. Still, I will assign a Stasucritic rating of 65. Why the Spider-Man franchise needed a Match 3 is beyond me, but as far as Match 3 games go, this one is very nice, and I definitely had more enjoyment with it than half of other existing Spider-Man games. Developed by Next Level Games, Friend or Foe is a co-op beat-em-up that quite honestly feels like it was supposed to be another game, but later on was changed to have a Spider-Man skin put on top of it. To be fair, it is pretty refreshing to search up New York with locations like Tokyo and Transylvania, but this might as well be an X-Men or Avengers game, you know? The franchise is sort of even limited in a way, considering that one of the characters always has to be Spider-Man, who gets 3 different web abilities he can switch at will, while all other sidekicks have only one set of attacks. Not exactly fair. That said, from a purely core gameplay standpoint, the mechanics are incredibly well done. Checking move lists might feel a bit disappointing because there is not much to them, but I don't think a beat-em-up must have a complex combo list. What Friend or Foe proposes instead is an incredibly fluid fight system where absolutely every button press flows so neatly one after another. It's simply satisfying to go from ground into air and then either bring enemies to you or smack them from above or use a special ability and whatnot. It's really easy to call such a system simplistic because it doesn't really take any effort from the part of the player to feel cool while doing various attack moves. But it's anything but. There is a lot of craft and hard work involved in making actions from 3 attack buttons change so well, without players encountering any sort of friction. You can totally see why Nintendo eventually bought the studio. Why wouldn't you work with development teams that can make simple button presses feel good? And as you go through the campaign, the roster of sidekicks gets updated with various characters, mostly from Spidey's Rogue Gallery, who play very differently from one another, each serving a particular style. It should be noted that Silver Sable is available only on PC and Xbox 360, but otherwise there is no differences between the platforms other than control inputs. However, quite sadly, there is a catch. Well, 2. The first one is the enemy variety. There is only 4 basic types of opponents in the whole game. And yeah, Friend or Foe does try to not only change those opponents visually from location to location, but also add more gameplay parameters to them. As a simple example, the standard phantoms are melee only, but as you get to the island, they will start throwing objects at you. But at the end of the day, there is only so much that can be done with 4 archetypes. This flaw could be mitigated through level design. After all, it's not like different variations of the same archetype behave exactly the same. However, the missions actually do the opposite. They push this lack of variety into forefront, because the levels don't really know when to end. Yeah, there's some nice stuff, like a bit of exploration for collectibles and hidden doors, but these missions are essentially sets of combat arenas, and these arenas tend to send the same enemies over and over again. This shows another problem. Every variation of the opponent archetypes is limited to one location in an attempt to sort of adhere stylistically to the environments. Commendable, but also considering how the story largely doesn't make sense and the writing is subpar, though the humor sometimes can be enjoyable, I would say that it will be fine to sacrifice consistency for more gameplay variety. As it is now though, I regretfully have to assign a Stasocritic rating of 55. Friend or Foe has incredible beat-em-up mechanics at its core, but the game as a whole doesn't really leverage them. If you're going to play Friend or Foe with someone, it might still be fun, but otherwise the experience is a bit lackluster. The PSP version of Friend or Foe was made by Artificial Minded Movement, currently known as Behavior Interactive. It's easy to assume that the handheld got a port of the console experience because it looks so similar, but actually it's a very different game. Levels are at most inspired by the console ones. They're quite different and involve things like a bunch of box-pushing puzzles, there is even entirely different locations you'll visit, and some characters like Carnage are playable only in this version. But the biggest difference concerns the core mechanics. They are okayish, but not nearly as well defined and polished as those from the console versions of the game. All attacks essentially transform into 3-hit combos, you can't really chain actions from one to another or easily go from ground state to air state and back again, or effortlessly grab and throw objects or enemies. If anything, the PSP Friend or Foe is a great example of how difficult it is to make fluid and inherently enjoyable beat-em-up mechanics. It will get a Stasocritic rating of 42. It's not a bad game, it's acceptable. The question is then, if acceptable is good enough for your personal enjoyment. The DS Friend or Foe was also made by Artificial Minded Movement, and sadly it has a lot of the same gameplay issues as the PSP game, with the addition of things like attacks feeling really delayed this time. And also for some reason the interact action is assigned to the touchscreen, while the rest of the entire game, with the exception of the arbitrary DS touchscreen minigames of course, is controlled purely through buttons. In terms of overall experience, this version of Friend or Foe has absolutely different playable locations, some clever usage of two screens where you can see the same level at different heights and cross from one screen to another, and dialogues that actually feel a bit more fleshed out than in the main version. But it will get a Stasocritic rating of 40. You can still enjoy it of course, but the strengths that the game has are not enough to overcome its many weaknesses. 2008's Web of Shadows was the last console PC Spider-Man game I played until the 2018 PS4 release, so back in the day this marked the point when I stopped actively seeking out Spider-Man titles. I honestly don't remember if it's because of this game or something else, but I suppose it's worth noting that Web of Shadows wasn't exactly a critical success nor a commercial one. In fact, the lead studio Shaba Games was closed soon after the game's release, which is very sad. Treyarch had a co-development role here, as by this point Activision would shift the company to the Call of Duty franchise. Looking at Web of Shadows now through the lens of a game designer, I can definitely say that this is an often misunderstood title, and your enjoyment of it will greatly depend on what you're expecting of a Spider-Man game. It is unlike any other so far in terms of direction and structure. Well, except when it comes to arbitrarily appearing insta-fail in QTEs, though they are far less annoying than in Spider-Man 3. Regardless, it can be very easy to say that combat here is just about button mashing because most combos utilize only one button pressed at different rhythms. It can be very easy to say that side content in this game sucks because it's just about defeating dozens and hundreds of enemies or saving citizens or destroying certain hostile objects. It can be very easy to say that exploration here doesn't matter because there is nothing besides 2,000 tokens lying around the city. But as far as I'm concerned, all this would be a misunderstanding of what the game is about. Web of Shadows is specifically built around the concept of escalation and practically non-stop action, with chaos all around you consistently increasing. Even if you take the web swinging mechanics, like in Spider-Man 3, they're not really physics-based at all beyond the principle of webs attaching to an anchor point that's not even necessarily on a building. But unlike Spider-Man 3, this game actively focuses on that direction, with speed being a primary factor of your movement, alongside lack of any friction when it comes to building collisions and whatnot. That's why you can do tricks like sliding up walls. More than that, the collectibles that are all over the place are so easy to find and pick up on your way somewhere, increasing your speed the more you collect. You're not supposed to search for them, you snatch them quickly while going to the next event. And then you get into combat where you can seamlessly switch between ground, air and wall fighting, changing your two suits, each having unique style and abilities, right in the middle of the combo, allowing for some really creative chains of actions. Fighting in Web of Shadows is not about complex combos or moves, it's about fast pace and your personal ingenuity. Everything here is done in such a way so you wouldn't really stop moving. Everything except the web strike. As cool as it can feel, the mechanic sort of lives in its own echo chamber, and it's actually very difficult to switch from a web strike to something else. Not to mention that it often is an overpowered move that can deal with pretty much any opponent, even bosses. Yeah, bosses try to counter more often than others, but it costs nothing to cancel and try again until they don't, if you don't want to risk with the overcounter. Then all this is put in a structure where more and more stuff starts happening around the city. First, it's just gangs and their cars. The next thing you know, we got Kingpin stack flyers and mechs. Then the symbiotes start raging around the city, and then all hell breaks loose with New York transforming into a war zone. What particularly enhances this feeling is the practically total destructibility of environments. Fights can drastically change your surroundings. And you never stop. All side missions are specifically implemented in such a way that it's something that can be done while flying towards the next goal. The game is quite good at pushing something new your way when things are about to get old. You're getting tired of fighting Kingpin's goons? Well, here's some rhino riding to wreak havoc through a prison. Start to feel like there is not enough symbiote enemy types? Not to worry, here's Electro that teleport around. It's this constant escalation and fast pace that keeps the wheel turning and is key to enjoying Web of Shadows, especially considering that the game is particularly bad in everything that relates to the narrative and consistency department. Barely anything is properly set up or resolved, characters randomly appear and disappear throughout the story, the writing at its best is quite cringy, but usually it's just bad.
Felicia, you in there? Here, kitty.
I'm right here, you idiot.
So, are you okay? I'm not sure what's going on.
Look, I'm a screw-up, okay?
You think? You do a heist for Kingpin, try to kill me.
I was working from the inside. I got in over my head and I couldn't get out of it, and then you show up way too early and I get this huge rush from seeing you.
You attacked me! And what do you mean I showed up early?
I was doing it for you, so you would see that we were made for each other.
Ooh. I'm sorry. I had no idea you still felt like that.
Really? Well, guess what? I do. I still love you.
And Spider-Man's voice acting is...
Now where is Cage and his search party? Where is MJ? Where's Cage and his search party? The civilian volunteers! Pretty redhead, arm and a cast! You are no help! I love my present. I love my present.
Well, it's bettable when making evil choices, I guess.
You're right. I could use a little more fun in my life.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I promise you this whole city is yours.
Really?
Yep. And I know just who to take it from.
Big guy wearing a cravat.
That's right.
The moral choice system is extremely rudimentary and often doesn't make sense. Even gameplay-wise, you're getting black points for throwing empty cars at enemies in symbiote form, but you don't get black points for destroying cars as Red Suit Spider-Man if you maybe want to, let's say, force a situation when some citizens have to be saved. That's a legitimate way to complete that kind of side mission, by the way. In general, Spider-Man's behavior is just uncharacteristic. Not as part of any moral choice, he just throws people off buildings like it's nobody's business because they're infected and attacked him. Spider-Man would never literally throw somebody's life away like that. And while the game looks great during gameplay, as soon as it focuses up close on anyone, really, it gets super weird. All this puts Web of Shadows in a sort of precarious position. The game, due to some specific but far-reaching flaws like web strike breaking not only the balance but the sense of flow as well, with not many other alternatives to shorten the distance besides symbiote form tendrils, or having to constantly reapply target locks after an enemy was defeated, doesn't reach the exact amount of polish required to fulfill 100% the promise of the overall direction. Even with Web of Shadows throwing new stuff at a good pace, things can still get a bit repetitive because of that. Good contextualization and characterization would allow the game to balance these flaws out and still elevate the overall experience up to the needed level, but that doesn't quite happen. So in the end, the enjoyment of this game depends entirely on how many of its flaws you're ready to put up with. I will assign a Sasocritic rating of 65. I personally enjoyed Web of Shadows quite a bit. There's some undeniable addicting charm to its gameplay loop. But oh boy, does the story just ruin everything. It's understandable why PlayStation Portable got an absolutely different Web of Shadows game, but I suppose PlayStation 2 players expected to get something in the vein of the Wii port. A graphically toned down, but mechanically still largely the same title as on all other consoles, the only considerable difference being calling allies replaced with alternative costumes. But instead, the PS2 version is the same as the PSP one, with the only hint of that being the little amazing Allies Edition sign on the cover art that largely looks the same. I wouldn't be surprised if a considerable amount of children waiting for Web of Shadows on PS2 have gone through the same process as I have when I played the 2004 Spider-Man 2 on PC. Though surprisingly enough, this side-scroller developed by Amazing Entertainment is actually one of those PS2 games that has native widescreen support, imagine that! And it's clear that the developers knew their version would never get the same recognition as the main Web of Shadows title, so they just went all out with camp. I mean, one of the first moral choices you get in the game is whether you're gonna eat a sandwich someone left on a construction site or let it be because it's not yours. There's a side quest to find a grandma's cat. In this game's dialogue system, you can shit on people like it's nobody's business. Your moral choice situations are outright called uncharacteristic. It's amazing. And also a bit broken. Look, the gameplay itself is fine enough, it's not anything special, but not bad either, certainly playable. But what brings this title down is the fact that sometimes events don't trigger consistently, or enemies get stuck beyond invisible walls with no ways to defeat them outside of the special ally abilities. And if you don't have any at the moment that happens, well, it's a checkpoint reset for you. It doesn't happen often, but whenever it does, it's certainly annoying. but I can't help but admire the full-on camp mode this Web of Shadows version has. I will give it a Stasicritic rating of 55. If you can handle the sometimes potentially progression blocking bugs that require restart and want to have a good laugh, definitely check this game out. Otherwise, it might be best to skip it. In terms of gameplay, there is nothing really special, but it's a fine platformer all things considered. The DS version of Web of Shadows was developed by Kryptonite Games, and if there's one thing I always admired the studio for, then it's for trying to tackle the licensed titles they're tasked to make in unique, interesting ways. What makes Web of Shadows in particular unique is not only its overall Metroidvania-like structure, but also the fact that it has a very moody, depressing, post-apocalyptic atmosphere that is absolutely magnified by its visual and sound design. The core of the movement and combat systems is fantastic. It's so fluid and feels incredibly satisfying to do various combo chains, and many of your moves can be used in creative ways. For example, web zipping not only allows you to quickly latch onto a certain surface, but also if you web zip towards enemies on the ground, then you will smash them. So you can get really creative with your fighting style. There are, however, some considerable issues with the gameplay. First, you can't switch between the red and black suit at will like in other Web of Shadows titles, but you can't do it at any time. Plus, the animation is quite long, as a result it's practically impossible to chain combos from different suit moves. So it's better to focus your experience points only on one of the two suits and use the other one just when needed to get past level obstacles. The second big problem is the amount of enemies the game can send at you, with barely visible attack windups that make it difficult to understand when you need to dodge. They have quite a lot of health and sometimes can perform very cheap attacks. It doesn't help that you won't be able to find any damage upgrades in the first quarter of the game, so fighting can get really stressful with symbiotes constantly spawning around. And you must fight, as otherwise you won't get enough experience points to purchase new moves in save zones, which will make future combat scenarios only more difficult. It also feels like having at least one touchscreen minigame was a mandate or something for the DS developers, because Web of Shadows is thankfully devoid of arbitrary minigames, except when you have to revive yourself and try to collect as many red health orbs as possible. I have to wonder if the quite cheap difficulty was an attempt to prolong the game's lifespan, as it is pretty short. Still, I would prefer short but exciting games over those where length is achieved through being grindy and annoying. Then we have some things that feel arbitrary from an overall experience standpoint. For example, at first Spider-Man can't pick up large objects, but then after defeating a particular boss that's a sort of generic symbiote, he suddenly can. Why? How? Doesn't really matter, I suppose. And it's a shame that Web of Shadows features these quite big annoyances, because the combat system is absolutely fantastic. You can jump off enemies mid-air to reel them in after or swing kick the other group around. There's so many possibilities and so much satisfaction to gain from it that it's really sad this happens in environments where the game just throws barrages of random enemies at you, many having a possibility to perform attacks from which you can't really properly defend yourself. I will assign a Stasicritic rating of 60. Web of Shadows for DS is a nice game, and it can be really worth powering through it just because of the core gameplay, but the contextualization of structure, balance, and lack of double suit combo potential can also become pretty aggravating. Spider-Man Toxic City by Gameloft is a good example why I love checking out old Java-based titles that so many people nowadays tend to ignore, because this is quite frankly a hidden gem. Now, it should be noted that Toxic City has two main versions, a fully 2D one and another version that has 2D character sprites but is in 3D environments. We're talking about the fully 2D one. And even this version has many different variants. You can get a game like you see on the screen now, or on the opposite end of the spectrum, a very dumbed down version for a phone with a small screen and little memory. Usually I would separate such cases into various entries because they do provide different gameplay narrative experience, but there are so many variations of how much any particular version is cut down that it's quite frankly a pain to find them all. They're all based one way or another on the fullest version of the game anyway, which, for the purposes of simplicity, is the sole variant we're going to discuss. Toxic City is a brawler set in the Ultimate Universe, and it handles the controls exceptionally elegantly for button-based phones. You have only one attack button, but after initiating a combo, pressing various directional buttons will trigger different hits that allow you to juggle enemies, jump back down into the fray after, hit from the left or the right direction, and so on. There is also slight magnetism at work here that makes sure you won't miss enemies if you don't fully align, and if there's nobody near you, then the attack button acts as a web grab. This creates gameplay where at the core it's just inherently enjoyable to beat up bad guys. The controls are pretty responsive as well, although there are some issues with quick time events where the game doesn't always recognize input unless you mash the button. Sweating also can be a bit finicky, but you usually notice that only in the bonus levels where you have to fly around collecting spider points you use for upgrades. Another flaw that the game has is that pretty much every boss is recycled 2 times, and you get to fight Rhino actually 3 times. That can get a bit tiring, especially considering that even though each boss has their own moveset, at the end of the day fights with them are about avoiding their attack patterns until you get dazed so you could get some hits in. Character upgrades do soften the blow as every time you defeat the boss faster. And the basic enemy variety is not particularly big either. There is a bit of variance in how some mooks use ranged weapons or grenades or explode upon dying, but at their core they're the same archetype with different skins. However, it's so enjoyable to beat them around that it never feels like a problem, especially considering how the game is really good at pacing itself. There's lots of variety across the levels. You go from handling Rhino's mayhem on the streets, to fighting Goblin who's attacking your school, to chasing Vulture across rooftops, to saving hostages at a bank robbery set up by Dr. Octavius, to riding a scooter as Mary Jane as she hurries to help Peter. Which leads us to the story. I was very surprised at the quality of the storytelling. And I don't mean the narrative itself. It is enjoyable with a lot of charm and writing, but ultimately nothing special. What I mean is how the story is actually presented and told. Java games usually tend to be very light in that aspect to save space. Toxic City though goes all out with proper setups, a little bit of relationship tension between Peter and Mary Jane, Miguel and Jameson getting into focus quite a bit to contextualize robotic enemies that hunt both the supervillains and Spider-Man himself, Aunt May is worried about Peter. It feels like a properly told episode within the Ultimate Universe with its own progression and resolution. And it helps that the writing makes it quite enjoyable too, though there are some handwaves that are better ignored, like how the hell did Aunt May not hear anything about Rhino stomping through Daily Bugle where Peter was supposedly working overtime, or how did the supervillains manage to escape from Triskelion several times across this game. And to tie everything up together, finding 2/3 of the hidden collectibles will unlock a special post-credits ending. In terms of other gameplay bonuses, there's the black suit skin, various modes like time attack and survival, achievements. This is a full, enjoyable brawler package, and I will assign a Stasocritic rating of 77. Spider-Man Toxic City is just a very good game. It has some flaws, definitely, but the core mechanics are great, the structure is solid, the story is enjoyable, the replayability factor is present. What more could one ask? I had lots of fun, so I would absolutely recommend it. This is the second main version of Toxic City made by Gameloft, and there are at least 2 variants of it as well, one for touchscreen devices and one for button ones. I would recommend the button variation here because the controls of Toxic City are more well suited for playing with one hand, while when using touchscreen it is certainly playable but can be a bit weird at times. At any rate, while this may look like the 2D Toxic City but with 3D backgrounds, there are actually considerable differences in terms of level design and the amount of enemy archetypes. For example, if in the Java version you chase Vulture across rooftops, here you do so while jumping from a school bus to school bus and fighting criminals on the way. And speaking of criminals, while there are more archetypes, the way they're designed doesn't quite suit the mechanics, as they presume the existence of dodging or blocking that are not present. Some, like the motorcycle riders, require precise jump and kick movements, which again is not what existing mechanics are built for. There's also a weird thing that plenty of enemies seem to have larger reach than you do, again introducing some annoyances into the gameplay. Surprisingly enough, even though this version is made for more powerful phones, the story actually has been quite truncated, with a lot of really nice character moments missing. It's still fine and there's still quite a lot of good writing, but it's not as enjoyable, as is the entire game, I guess. I will assign a Stasocritic rating of 65. It's certainly a nice title and it's pretty fun, but it's clunkier and not as well structured as its 2D counterpart. Another mobile title by Gameloft, and it feels like a fully 3D reimagining of Toxic City. It doesn't use absolutely the same premise, but a lot of villains and writing related to them is repurposed. And it's one of those games which does nothing particularly wrong, but there's also nothing standing out either. For example, the fighting mechanics are pretty nice and you can do some cool combos, but the enemy variety is very small, and combine that with pretty large health even when you upgrade Spidey's damage, and you get a lot of prolonged combat situations that get boring. Likewise with the bosses, there's some variety, but they're also lacking depth in comparison to the amount of health they have, so those start feeling like a chore as well. I will assign a Stasocritic rating of 47 to Total Mayhem. The game is certainly functional and is more enjoyable than many other Spider-Man games out there, but there's nothing particularly special or exciting about it. Shattered Dimensions, developed by Beanox, is not the first time a crossover between multiple Spider-Man happened, however it's pretty much the one that has propelled the concept into mainstream popularity. As much as physics-based web swinging provides unique navigation opportunities for open-world environments, I appreciate Shattered Dimensions for going towards a more classic divided-by-levels approach with animation-based swinging that's not even that core of a mechanic. It proves that a Spider-Man game doesn't need to have an open world to be great, and Shattered Dimensions certainly is. I even regret not playing it back in 2010, it's just a really fun game. In many ways it reminds me of Neversoft's 2000 title because of how much it cares about the character and just oozes personality. The game also has Stan Lee narrating the experience. All 4 Spider-Men are voiced by people who played the character in various animated series in the past. There's tons of references and Easter eggs for fans of all the featured universes: Amazing, Ultimate, 2099 and Noir. The story isn't anything special really. Mysterio found a magic tablet that gives special powers to the person holding it, tablet broke, reality is in danger, 4 different Spider-Men have to retake tablet pieces from villains that found them. The missions for Noir and 2099 Spider-Man actually form some little progressive narrative arcs of their own, but every level of Amazing and Ultimate Spider-Man feels standalone and not connected to the rest of the experience. The simplicity of the tale is balanced out by some incredibly engaging writing.
And now, scale the wall with your unique adhesive abilities.
I believe the technical term is stickum powers.
And you can run across narrow walkways such as this one without fear of falling, due to your natural agility and powers of adhesion.
They're called stickum powers. Did one of the other me's make that joke already?
Yes, and it was no funnier then.
Where are you going?
Me? I gotta put something together for when he gets past you guys. Not that I don't have total faith in you, but I don't.
Welcome to the Shadow Division, Spider-Man. Tomorrow's weapons developed today. And at the heart of it all, my masterpiece. Impressive, isn't it?
Meh.
What do you mean, meh?
I've seen one of these before.
No, you haven't.
I have. I totally have.
It's a condensed matter reactor, the only one in existence.
Is that what it is? Oh.
Incidentally, this is the first console Spider-Man game with proper subtitle support for cutscenes and important gameplay dialogue. Took some time, to be honest. Anyway, this is besides the point. Even though every Spider-Man shares the same core gameplay mechanics related to combat and navigation, as well as some sort of kyphosis, I mean, seriously, that posture is definitely not healthy. Every world stands out in both visual and gameplay style. The brightly colored, in the vein of the 60s comic books Amazing Spider-Man, has a heavier focus on platforming and navigational challenges with some combat mixed in. It's a traditional gameplay approach, which fits the most traditional Spider-Man of them all. The sleek, modern-looking Ultimate Spider-Man is a bit hack-and-slashy, with tons of enemies attacking that the character can take care of with a symbiote-induced rage mode, dealing massive amounts of damage to such a big number of opponents. Spider-Man 2099 is all about speed. In this neon-colored world, fights are fast, enemies are quick, there's barely any cooldown between one action section or another. Unique gameplay for this character is a freefall mode where you need to avoid obstacles, and you can always manage your speed with a special slow-mo power. And finally, the most intriguing one of them all is Spider-Man Noir, who can take a beating, but not a bullet, therefore he must see in the shadows of his mostly stealth-focused and very desaturated levels. The variety in styles is very important because it allows to balance out the somewhat limited gameplay vocabulary. For example, most of the game you'll face the same 5 main enemy archetypes: Standard Mook, Mook with a melee weapon, Mook with a ranged weapon, Big Mook, and a very big Mook. There are a bit more, sometimes you'll see enemies with shields, and within the existing archetypes, thanks to different worlds and levels, there's some variety as well, like sand monsters who have to be soaked with water first, but the overall lack of archetypes is something you do notice after a while. The combat system is certainly very well done and snappy. I even don't mind the defensive stance on trigger, which allows you to dodge normal hits as long as you hold it, because unlike Spider-Man 3, it doesn't slow down time, so it feels more natural. There's a bunch of really fun twists on mechanics previously implemented in other Spider-Man games. For example, the web strike here is very similar to the one found in Web of Shadows, but instead of having to break off when someone tries to counter, you press the jump button to vault over and continue your attack combo to keep the flow of the fight going in your favor. Though sadly, there's also some mechanics that break the flow. For example, after you purchase the disarm skill, whenever you shoot a web at an enemy with the gun, unless you do it from air, you will stop in place to participate in a quick tap-and minigame where you have to yank away the weapon. That doesn't feel great at all, though you get used to it in time. All characters have the same combos, most of which you have to purchase in the upgrade screen, however, their speed and animation style differs greatly. Amazing Spider-Man goes really crazy with his webs, for example, while Spider-Man Noir combat style is very bone-breaking, let's say, and crunchy. Though I suppose every Spider-Man sooner or later gets into a very crunchy style of combat in the first-person segments where you bare-knuckle with the level's boss. Another gameplay ingredient that you're gonna see very often is having to save civilians to bring them to a certain point so they'd open something. Or in the case of Spider-Man Noir, saving hostages to then bring them to a safe spot. The game has 14 levels, but within them this goal is used so often that by the end you might roll your eyes when you see another set of civilians. While stuff like this does get old as a standalone ingredient, Shattered Dimensions does a fantastic job at repurposing all that to create absolutely unique levels, even for Spider-Man Noir and 2099, who don't change locations as much as Amazing and Ultimate do. For example, the third Noir level takes place in an abandoned amusement park where fireworks every so often will light up the environments, drastically decreasing the amount of shadows. You even don't really care much if there is no detailed stealth mechanics like ways to distract enemies or gadgets of any kind, because the ability to do a stealth takedown from absolutely any position is enough, and the action is relatively fast-paced in comparison to traditional stealth gameplay. The first Amazing Spider-Man level against Kraven is focused on stuff like traps, snipers, avoiding Kraven's rifle while fighting with groups of enemies, and it's an absolutely different beast from the second Amazing Spider-Man level, where you have to web-zip from object to object amid sandstorms, throw water barrels, and so on. One of the levels for Ultimate Spider-Man is an incredibly chaotic zombie-like infestation caused by Carnage. There's so much stuff going on, it's crazy. Absolutely every level is a blast, though sometimes they still manage to drag out a bit. For example, one of the other Ultimate Spider-Man levels takes place on an oil rig, and it's very big and open environment. However, after you destroy 2 sets of Deadpool's cameras and then have the first fight with him, you have to go to another oil rig with another 2 sets of cameras. But stuff like this is more of a sad exception to the overall very tightly paced missions. And it is appreciated how absolutely every level from beginning to end is focused on a single villain. Makes it very satisfying to take them out in the end. Most of the time you fight the level's opponent more than once, they change or upgrade their tactics between battles, and really there is not a single boss that's exactly the same. Except the weird face-to-face parts, but they still work as space breakers. Shattered Dimensions, besides the traditional point-based ranking system for every level, also has a very nice challenge system. A number of achievements specific for every mission for which you get upgrade points that you can use to purchase new moves, improve stats, or get alternative suits for your characters. Not every challenge is visible from the get-go, though even invisible ones are still getting tracked, so your mind is not overwhelmed from the get-go by everything you might have to do. At the time of writing this, I got 135 out of 180 challenges, and I'm seriously considering going back and getting the rest because the levels are just so great and the core gameplay is extremely enjoyable despite some of its flaws and occasional glitches. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions is getting a Stasocritic rating of 90. I think it is an exceptionally underrated and underappreciated title, and that's coming from a person who has zero nostalgic reverence for it. I never played the game until I had to rank it for the video. Okay, well, I vaguely remember playing a demo version that had a noir segment, but that's about it. Is the game perfect? No, there are some flaws, and as much as it tries to play around the repetitive nature of used gameplay ingredients, some repetitiveness still exists. But goddamn is it extremely enjoyable, insanely creative, every level is a marvel, pun not intended, animations are bonkers, it is stylistically fantastic, for the most part very tightly paced, and most importantly, it feels very true to the character. Perhaps after Spider-Man 2 has reimagined what a Spider-Man game can be, people now expect other titles to follow those footsteps and improve upon that. This leaves a much more traditional game like Shattered Dimensions in a weird position where it is perhaps not a Spider-Man game that people expect. But that doesn't make it any less fantastic. If Web of Shadows was the last console PC Spider-Man game I played back in the day, the DS Shattered Dimensions is the last handheld entry I played back then. I have very fond memories of this title by Gripton and Games, but also after playing Web of Shadows for DS, I was wondering if maybe my memories were somewhat rose-tinted. It turns out though that Shattered Dimensions is really just absolutely better in every way than Web of Shadows. The combat has been greatly improved. Not only are the actual mechanics tighter, but also since there is no suit switching, all abilities you find are always available to you, which means you can do some very creative combo chains. Dodge is snappier mechanically, and also enemy attack windups are far easier to notice this time around. Shattered Dimensions doesn't send tons of random enemies at you. In fact, you'll rarely see more than 4 opponents at a time, which creates much more manageable situations than what Web of Shadows did. Bosses are also improved, being actually characters from Spidey's Rogue Gallery rather than random symbiotes. It's worth pointing out that you will fight different bosses here than in the console version, which works well from the perspective of this being an alternative version of the premise. The bosses themselves are hit and miss. There are some really fun examples like the Boomerang, but also some more boring ones like the Tinkerer, who's more about arena fighting with standard enemies, but at least there's enough variance. Speaking of premise, the DS version of Shattered Dimensions has 3 universes instead of 4. The reason is quite clear. Every character at the end has the same toolkit, so the differences come from what abilities are missing at the beginning. For example, Noir Spider-Man can't wall crawl, while Amazing Spider-Man can glide, and so on. This is what defines various exploration challenges when you start. The map system is much more comfortable than in Web of Shadows, making it far easier to see which locations you have visited, which you have not, and where there might be an item that you didn't yet pick up. However, should you need some challenge or leeway, Shattered Dimensions has combat and exploration difficulty levels customizable separately. Exploration in general does have more meaning in this game than Web of Shadows, since skills aren't purchased with experience points but are actually found in the world. The only poor part of this whole loop is that to switch dimensions you have to complete an annoying minigame that becomes longer the farther you progress in the game. I swear my theory that somebody somewhere had a mandate to put in at least one touchscreen minigame on the DS becomes more and more likely, as it's the only one you will find. Luckily, it's absent from alternative game modes that you unlock after completing the story. Shattered Dimensions is a pretty short game, even when you have a goal to find all optional power-ups. But unlike Web of Shadows, which tried to extend playtime through unfair means like a massive amount of enemies sent at you, Shattered Dimensions focuses on replayability. Things like achievements that unlock challenges, which put at the forefront the mastery of navigational and combat systems, and improving your skills there will make it easier to complete additional modes like Time Trial and Arcade. And look, even though the game provides a complete, easily replayable package, it also is not perfect. Outside of some bosses being disappointing, there are things like lack of interesting ways to find bonus upgrades. Yeah, there are some cases of the Sonic Dash being used quite creatively, but most of the time there is a single little chamber that you can access after gaining a new ability. And even within the main campaign path, there's not a lot of interesting uses of core character abilities. So from the perspective of this being a Metroidvania title, it might be a bit more on the simplistic side, but it's still good and the combat system is just insanely satisfying. Shattered Dimensions has absolutely exemplary core systems, so it will get a Metacritic rating of 82. It's a really great game, you will definitely have a lot of fun if the styles to your liking, and so far it has set a new standard of quality for handheld Spider-Man titles. It's an experience one shouldn't miss out on. Shattered Dimensions is a very difficult game to follow up. It's especially difficult to follow up with a title released in a year, which realistically means about 7 months of production time, and potentially likely understaffed because in parallel Binex had a much larger and more important project going. But Edge of Time is not just a worse version of Shattered Dimensions. It sadly is an absolute disappointment. The core mechanics are mostly the same, which means they're inherently fun, even though there's less combos than in Shattered Dimensions, and too many actions are tied to the special power meter, which in case of special moves has to be overloaded. But look, all these gameplay intricacies largely don't matter because Edge of Time is very, very boring. Instead of going wild with the dimensions and universes, Edge of Time focuses on two Spider-Man, 2099 from the future and Amazing from the now alternative present timeline. They are for some reason voiced by the noir and ultimate actors from the previous game, which is strange, but the acting is still really good, so I can't really complain there. The interaction between these two, as each tries to deal in parallel with the stuff going on in their timelines, is the most enjoyable thing about the game, and it's pretty fun how actions in one dimension affect the other, though it should be noted that while it was marketed as a gameplay mechanic, it's more of a narrative one than anything.
O'Hara, there's nothing left here in the trash. You still there?
For the most part.
Did they turn into something else? Like, I don't know, kittens?
Yeah, small, metal, robotic, killer kittens.
Aww.
The rest is fine on a technical level, but just in terms of pacing, variety and structure, it is incredibly boring. The visual style is unified between the two time periods, and the whole game takes place in the Alchemax building, which is a big next-gen brown mush in the present and an even bigger next-gen grey mush in the future. Environments, enemies, interactable objects all blend in together and every room looks the same. And you will have to unlock most of these rooms with keys that you find by defeating enemies. I'm not kidding, you'll go through one locked door to find another locked door that requires a key from an enemy, or three. Sometimes there are little set pieces and they're fine, but also there is a lot of boring vent crawling where you just push forward and wait, wait and wait. But most disappointing is how practically every combat encounter is just waves of the same enemies sent at you over and over again. There is practically zero variety or sense of pace, so even though the mechanics are good, you just get tired. Edge of Time absolutely fails to liven things up the way Shattered Dimensions does. And look, it's not like Shattered Dimensions didn't reuse a lot of the same gameplay ingredients, we've discussed as much in its entry, but it's always been recontextualized with a different obstacle type, style of level, things happening in the environments, so it always felt different enough. In Edge of Time, however, you're literally doing the same thing all the time. The new implementation of the Challenges web is also disappointing. Edge of Time is one continuous adventure, so challenges now are all pretty much restricted to certain rooms with a gold, silver and bronze medal attached to your performance. To track it, you always have to manually activate the challenge, and most of these challenges are the same, there is not as much variety as there is in Shattered Dimensions. At least there is the benefit of being able to replay them at any point from the challenge menu. In the end, I will assign a Stanislav rating of 35. Edge of Time might not be a bad game, but it certainly is disappointing. The character writing is pretty good and there's some nice story twists, which might be enough to motivate you to go through the entire game. Though overall the narrative mostly hinges on the enjoyment of Spider-Man dialogues, and those weren't enough to prevent my boredom. The Wii and 3DS ports of Edge of Time have some gameplay differences that honestly I don't think are sufficient enough to warrant a separate entry. Yeah, some challenges are a bit different, some skills are absent, but by and large, this is the same game. However, the reason why I don't put these versions into the same pile is because of how the game looks. And it's not just about having lower graphical fidelity. If it'll be just a port with downgraded graphics, I wouldn't separate it into a different entry either. But the thing is, these ports not only have lower graphical fidelity, but also more contrast and color. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions of Edge of Time for the most part blur everything into a brown or grey mess, depending on whether you're in the past or the future. While here, even though the main color gamma is still the same, there is enough variance and contrast to make you actually able to see and discern what is going on. And notice your enemies in the background, which on the bigger consoles at times can be practically impossible. So this version will get a Stanislav rating of 40. For me, it's still a pretty boring game, but at least it's not as boring to look at. The stylistic difference is pretty big, making these ports more favorable to play. Edge of Time for the DS, developed by Other Ocean, was clearly inspired by Shattered Dimensions in terms of overall gameplay style, and it has some interesting concepts of its own. For example, you can switch between dimensions at any time to do things like opening up a path in the present so the future Spider-Man could find out the solution to a puzzle that the present Spider-Man requires solving. So, conceptually, the game is certainly interesting. In terms of implementation though, the combat and navigation are far less precise and fluid than Shattered Dimensions, and it's difficult to stay in the state of flow. The mechanics of different dimensions affecting each other are not really used up to full potential. But more than that, it's just kinda boring, with a confusing and not that satisfying level design spread across the entire game. With great regret, I have to assign a Stasicritic rating of 37. The game is conceptually more interesting than the console Edge of Time, and at least you don't stay in exactly the same building throughout the duration of the entire story, but still, it's not a title that I enjoyed experiencing despite the interesting ideas. The new mainline Spider-Man game was handled by Beanox, and one thing that's noticeable pretty immediately is just how cinematic it feels in pretty much every action. The camera angles, the animations, the sound effects, they all form an experience that feels exciting even when performing something smaller and more mundane. And that's a big part of the illusion that makes the game work, because otherwise gameplay lacks depth in a lot of areas. And it's not that it's implemented badly or has a bad core, it's just shallow. If you take swinging for example, yeah, the camera may be a bit close to the character, but also without such an angle, the animation-based swinging that lacks physics and momentum would be really noticeable. This way, it's more hidden. The web rush mechanic transforms half of the navigation to a point-and-click game devoid of interaction, but it happens with really cool animations. Likewise with stealth, it's really basic and after some upgrades becomes really easy, but the animations are just so good. Combat as well, there's barely any depth to the fight system except that enemies with guns pose a real threat, so it would be best to prioritize them, but still there's not a lot of actions or strategies that you're going to use. Bosses are also exceptionally basic, but it all looks really cool. Still, there's only so much enjoyment one can get from good-looking, shallow gameplay. But don't worry, The Amazing Spider-Man is a well-structured game that makes sure to give you a constant surge of new types of things to do. Just on a high level, after the tutorial, your first mission is to fight a giant robot, which then eventually leads to following a rat infestation across New York that then culminates in a giant robot snake battle, and that's just the middle of the campaign. Yeah, the game clearly forgoes the more grounded approach to the character and the universe that the Amazing Spider-Man movie was trying to take. On the way to your next objective, you'll find tons of comic book collectibles to get, and these unlock not just covers, but actual full comic books for you to read. And quite honestly, I found that exciting, especially considering that practically every issue is somehow connected to villains that you'll find in the game. And your objectives include taking pictures of your adoring fans, stealing tech upgrades from Oscorp, uncovering conspiracies, webbing gang cars, and surfing on robot hunter pieces with absolutely zero regard for human safety, while your character's costume will get visibly damaged the more you fight. There's some character drama that contextualizes the story in a more or less interesting way, though the animation that looks good in gameplay doesn't really represent human faces and emotions well, and it doesn't help that writing is often cringy and sometimes doesn't make sense. Like for example how Gwen literally has absolutely zero regards to Spider-Man's secret identity when she talks to him from the Oscorp quarantine zone, though in a way that's in line with the game itself, having zero regards to spoilers. It takes place after the events of the movie and doesn't try to hide anything that happened, which actually is a move I can appreciate. I also appreciate the originality of how some villains from Spider-Man's Rogue Gallery are introduced to this version of the universe, and the final post-story ending with Smythe was quite effective. But all that said, the Amazing Spider-Man game is not for me. I am one of those that thinks the movie is underrated, so it would be in my best interests to enjoy this title as well, and while I will admit that it is a well-structured and quite polished game with a lot of effort put into making sure you won't get bored, its gameplay systems are too shallow for my personal enjoyment, so I will assign a Statocritic rating of 59. It is clear that The Amazing Spider-Man was made with care, otherwise there wouldn't be a mode where you swing around the city collecting script pages and fighting crime as Stan Lee himself. And it's got quite a lot to offer to people who would be interested in the type of experience the game provides. But I wasn't quite feeling it. The Amazing Spider-Man is a fine game, it's just not a game for me. Nintendo users wouldn't see new open-world Spider-Man gameplay until the 2013 Wii U release. The versions that Wii and 3DS have got are essentially the Amazing Spider-Man with a mission structure instead of an open-world one, some additional arbitrary minigames during console interactions, and a less polished version of the game's mechanics. Enjoyment of The Amazing Spider-Man hinges on the cinematic nature of its gameplay and the variety provided by the open-world structure. When you take that out and pretty much focus only on the already shallow mechanics that in these versions are also clunkier to use and not as cinematic, you get a game that's just Not to mention, while the story is the same technically speaking, there's a lot of dialogue and events missing because it is related to the open world part that was cut out. So the narrative is much more confusing. And yeah, not only character faces look very weird and robotic, overall the whole game feels haphazardly put. Wii games can look very good, and while this one doesn't look bad per se, very often it falls into an uncanny valley of sorts. Consequences of having to cut down from a much more technically advanced version rather than building for the platforms in question. Now, for the purposes of thoroughness, I need to mention that the 3DS version has a full Vigilante side mode that no other versions have. And considering that I've been creating separate entries for far smaller differences than that, you might wonder why 3DS is put together with the Wii. Well, it's because Vigilante mode is this. An absolutely ignorable, separately accessed strategy metagame that's really not interesting at all. I don't think its presence changes the experience in any way, be it positive or negative. So, these ports of The Amazing Spider-Man get a Statocritic rating of 39. They're playable, that's for sure, but they lack what made the main version of the game properly enjoyable. The Amazing Spider-Man game by Other Ocean takes as a base their Edge of Time title, and I have to wonder how late Activision contacted them to develop a new game, because not only did it badly improve upon Edge of Time in terms of core gameplay, it's even worse as an overall experience. The Amazing Spider-Man is a collection of randomly generated levels, where to get from one section to another you have to beat randomly placed enemies until one of them drops a key card. That's the entire game. I'm not saying random generation is bad, but it takes a lot of effort to make it work properly. Here, levels are literally random with no proper pacing or feeling of progression or anything. The combat system isn't any more engaging than it was in Edge of Time. I will assign a Statocritic rating of 32. The game is not rage-inducing, and that's about the only reason to play it. Pity. Gameloft's The Amazing Spider-Man for smartphones has some of the cheesiest and cringiest Spider-Man voice acting I have ever heard.
Don't they know that money tastes terrible barbecued? I'll handle this. And remember, try meeting a science nerd.
What do we got here? I think the freak show is down at Coney Island, kid.
Am I supposed to laugh at that one? I just popped in to introduce myself. The name's Spider-Man, creep, and you'll be thinking about me a lot from inside of a jail cell.
You're gonna be sorry you messed with us, Spider Freak. Robbing this bank may be all about business, but we're gonna take you out for free.
For free, you say? And here I was all worried because I left my spider wallet in the other costume.
I think I'm more annoyed by this performance than the Web of Shadows one. I don't know, it's difficult to decide. Anyway, the game itself is an admirable attempt to put an open-world Spider-Man experience onto smartphones, though the microtransaction economy that's present is weird and doesn't fit. There's not much else to say about this game, really. It attempts to recreate all the standard Spider-Man open-world stuff, except the physics-based swinging, of course. The controls are okay, but sort of clunky, the combat system is adequate, missions are fine, though can get a bit repetitive. It's an acceptable game that will get a Costiuc rating of 43. It's interesting from the perspective of being an open-world game on mobile phones, and at the time you would not be able to find a Spider-Man phone experience like that, but when taken on its own merits, outside of that innovation factor, it doesn't have much to offer. The Amazing Spider-Man by Gameloft, like Toxic City before it, is one of those Java games that can come in many forms. Like a game trying to fit everything on a resolution smaller than that of Game Boy, or maybe something more advanced. But even what you see now is not the full version, it's actually this, which also exists in several variations. Like with Toxic City before it, there's going to be an entry just for this fullest version of the game, as searching for all variations that were cut down in different ways depending on how weak the phone would be is an exercise in futility. Since I've mentioned Toxic City several times already, it's worth noting that The Amazing Spider-Man is a brawler clearly based on it, and there is a considerable number of gameplay improvements. There is more combos that include fun things like swinging webbed opponents left and right like a sledgehammer, there's more possibilities related to webbing in general, you can throw your enemies right onto your phone's glass, quick time events are more action-packed, and there's a couple of arcade levels where you're road surfing while attached to a truck. So even though the story feels like it's a useless appendix that barely tells a connected tale involving Sandman, Venom and the Lizard, which doesn't really relate to the movie at all, this feels like it should be a game that's at least as fun as Toxic City was, right? Well, there is one problem, but it's so prevalent that it hampers the entire gameplay experience. And it's most noticeable with bosses because those pack the biggest punch. Enemy collision persists even some time after their attack animation ends. This means that quite often you get what essentially are ghost hits when approaching an enemy. And I don't know if it's a problem with absolutely all versions of The Amazing Spider-Man, again, there's so many, but it's been present one way or another in every variant I checked. Sadly, this is why The Amazing Spider-Man for mobile phones is getting a Costiuc rating of 59. Even though by most parameters it is a considerable gameplay improvement over Toxic City, I couldn't enjoy it as much because this hit detection problem was just too annoying. The Amazing Spider-Man sequel developed by Binox feels like it should absolutely be a recipe for improvement over the previous game. But sadly, I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case. The first game could be considered pretty shallow mechanically, but it hit that well with its cinematic nature, plus it had enough variety within its activities that one could feel excited playing through it. The sequel tries to add depth to the mechanics, but it does so only a little, while also forfeiting a lot of the more cinematic aspects with far less variety in the open world activities. As a result, we have a game that's technically adequate, but barely has anything to master and is not really exciting to look at. The latter aspect is really not helped by the even weirder quality of the faces and their animation. Most characters in this game just look wrong. The game has implemented a physics-based web swinging system, and not only that, you have to press the right or left trigger to shoot the web from the respective hand. Sort of like how Spider-Man 3 for the Wii did it, but obviously without the flicking hand motions. It's more exciting in concept than it is in implementation though. Very often Spidey won't actually shoot at the side you're choosing, even if there are clearly attachable surfaces. Also, despite this being a seemingly physics-based system, there is a distinct lack of momentum, which is very visible in how Spider-Man sort of snaps into one of the two possible states after releasing a swing, going forward or going up. Plus, the web rush mode is still here, and that's the most efficient way to navigate anyway. Why bother swinging when you can just point to a location you want to be at? So even though technically there's more mechanical capabilities, the game didn't actually become more interesting. There's a bunch of weird additions too, like separately leveling up every suit you're wearing, and the hero Menace system, which I'm not against in principle, but its implementation is very annoying. The gist of it is that you're getting positive reputation points for handling random crimes, and negative reputation points for not doing so. Sounds pretty Spider-Man-y, right? Well, yeah, but crimes can pop up on the opposite end of the city with no real way to reach them in time, as their active period is pretty short. So you can get a bunch of Menace points just while trying to go and save some people. The balance is way off. Literally 5 minutes is enough to reach Menace level 3. And the bigger your Menace level, the more task force hunters around the city will try to get you, in addition to a penalty for your costume stats. And the reward for doing heroic actions? A buff to your costume abilities, and also an annoying news report after absolutely every completed random event. So this is a system that, from a gameplay point of view, is really easy to fail at, but the considerable effort to succeed is rewarded only with being less annoyed during free roam traversal. And again, I don't mind the whole hero Menace metering concept, but you have to admit, what's in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is really unappealing. The story starts intriguing enough, with Peter trying to get some closure by finding Uncle Ben's killer, which then leads to a bigger conflict, but in reality just transforms into a huge mess of constantly appearing villains and little to no connectivity between the sequence of events. And the missions are okay. But it is sort of weird how if the first Amazing Spider-Man game was much more comic book-like than the movie it was based on, this one goes for the opposite approach. It actually is somewhat more grounded than the more comic book-like movie sequel. I'm saying somewhat because this game also features Carnage for reasons. But in general, the missions are not that exciting and there's far less variance. And considering that the gameplay systems are just adequate, the game doesn't really have much to offer. It will get a disappointing rating of 36. If you're really looking for an open world Spider-Man fix, you might enjoy it. But I think it's better to find the first Amazing Spider-Man game instead. If anyone from High Voltage Software is watching this video, I just want to make sure it's clear that all my criticisms pertain to the product in question and not the people who made it. Being a game developer myself, I know full well just how many things can go wrong during production, especially when it's a licensed title. With that said, this 3DS version of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 has got to be one of the most horrendous games I have ever played in my life. It is ugly, the controls are horribly unresponsive, the swinging minigame is awful, combat is abysmal, the XP bar also seems to be the special ability bar, it doesn't really make sense, but honestly I had big issues forcing myself to try and understand everything because this title is just... Okay, look. There have been quite a lot of Spider-Man games in this list that aren't rated quite highly. But, in the context of my scoring system, only games below 30 are considered various stages of bad. If it's above 30, it might be severely flawed and disappointing, but also these games usually have something going for them that might bring enjoyment to some people. The Amazing Spider-Man 2, on the other hand, doesn't even care that you were explicitly told you're looking for a person with blonde hair and sunglasses, as the person you find doesn't have neither blonde hair nor sunglasses. And that's the least of the game's problems. I know people like to give games like a 2004 Spider-Man 2 for PC a lot of shit, and look, that game is not great, but it does try to vary its pacing, have some creative levels, do something interesting within the context of its admittedly simplistic systems. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 for 3DS doesn't even try. Just so you would understand, the Amazing Spider-Man 1 for DS had randomly generated levels, and this game has preset levels, but they feel even more randomly generated than there, and the core gameplay mechanics are awful. I am assigning a Stasocritic rating of 5. Yes, you heard me right, 5. This game being functional is the only good thing I can say about it. I literally can't imagine anyone actually enjoying this. I myself had been in a perpetual state of shock while playing. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 for the 3DS has nothing going for it and should be avoided like a plague. Gameloft's Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a total improvement over its predecessor. If the first Amazing Spider-Man game sort of relied on the novelty of having an open-world Spider-Man title on phones, its sequel has polished up the combat and movement mechanics, there's far more variety in what you do, and Spider-Man's voice acting is much better. Incidentally, played by the same actor who would voice Peter Parker in the future PlayStation exclusive games.
Set up a gang fight on a busy street corner? Are you insane? I was sick of waiting around. Come on, a man's gotta eat, right? Word of advice, Brock. Next time you need to make some quick cash, ambush somebody who doesn't have lives to save. Don't let me see you again. Sure, Spider-Man. Whatever you say.
The way Amazing Spider-Man 2 is structured is pretty fitting for a mobile title. There is various random events across the city, completing a certain number of them unlocks an investigation event, which will lead you one step closer towards the boss of the chapter. Rinse and repeat, as you gain coins for which you can upgrade your character and gain new abilities, and some side missions and collectibles appear across New York with each episode as well. However, the other side of its mobile-centric design is microtransactions, and balancing was clearly done with those in mind. Sooner or later, you will encounter an event which you can't complete without a particular skill, and your choice then is to either pay up, which in our modern days is not possible due to the game being delisted from storefronts with all online functionality shuttered, or go away, potentially leaving the person in need lying under the weight of a car while you complete other events to grind for currency. Luckily, there's enough variance in these events, ranging from giving autographs to fans, to catching civilians falling off rooftops, and of course various combat encounters and car chases. They all are completed quickly enough that you won't have time to get bored. So again, all this still works from the perspective of this being a mobile title you open up from time to time, but the structure and the need to grind definitely affects the pacing of the narrative, which is actually not as bad as you'd expect. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 doesn't try to adapt the story of the movie. There is Green Goblin, but it's not Harry Osborn. There is Electro, but the guy doesn't have the whole subplot of being a fan of Spider-Man in the past and feeling betrayed. He's just pissed off because he was the result of unwanted collateral damage that Spider-Man at the very beginning didn't seem to notice. In fact, the narrative tells a pretty well-connected story about a gang war which is secretly manipulated by Oscorp with the purpose of pushing its tech to authorities. Perhaps it's not spectacular, but certainly engaging enough to become a bit irritated when you need to grind for more coins to be able to complete the next story event. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is getting a Stasocritic rating of 62. It's a well-built smartphone game with fun enough combat and a solid structure, but some of its mobile design sensibilities that target prolonging the experience can be a bit irksome. Still, it's definitely a nice Spider-Man game. I bet you're surprised that in 2014 there were still Java-based titles getting released. But it's true. This Gameloft title, like the Amazing Spider-Man game before it, has tons of variations depending on the phone, but we're looking only at the fullest version. To be fair, I think in most cases the various variations are much more similar than previous Java games had. And one of the reasons is that the gameplay experience has been severely simplified. If Toxic City had a brawler system where you use the central phone button to initiate a combo and then directional buttons to continue it in various ways, and the Amazing Spider-Man after it advanced that system with more combos even though it became a bit less consistent to play, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 forgoes all that to just have the central punch button as the only one you will need to press all the time. Well, to be fair, there is also a specific dodge button that you should press when you see the spider sense going off, and that's all you do throughout the entire game. Punch and dodge, punch and dodge, punch and dodge. Except during a special level where you follow Electro through the subway. And look, the game looks great and there's definitely variety in the levels and how they're paced, but it just gets so boring. Toxic City may have lacked some depth, but that was balanced out by the amount of control you had over the character and how creative you could be with the combos. Here, even as new enemy types appear, there is no strategy involved. You just keep pressing the same button until you see spider sense, so you press another button once and then you keep punching. This game will get a Sasocritic rating of 45. It's definitely not a bad title, but I didn't have fun playing it. Felt like it was just pushing the same button over and over again, which, well, most of the time I was. Spider-Man Unlimited by Gameloft is a runner that nowadays is sadly closed and can't be played properly. Well, technically you can still play the tutorial section of the game up to the point where you need to rank a character up and call upon the game's online functions. And also apparently there is a way to fully play a version of the game from the middle of its lifespan with all the collection and ranking up functionality, but I've seen the steps for it and also how we would constantly be required to go between offline and online modes. There's just so many hoops that I can't call Spider-Man Unlimited a preserved title. It's a shame because the game is a pretty damn good runner. The controls are tight, there's quite a lot of variety in actions you have to do and how levels are generated, plus of course the collectible nature of getting all Spider-Man is quite appealing. For what it's worth, 4.5 years is a pretty solid lifespan for a live licensed mobile title, even though the game's plotline apparently wasn't concluded before closure. I wish the game wouldn't have been as centered on gating so much of the progression through online checks, as then we would still be able to properly enjoy the title. Anyway, I'm not rating games that are impossible to play now, so as fun as the game was back in the day, what I want to say now is rest in peace, Spider-Man Unlimited. You definitely didn't deserve to be suddenly closed. If you're in for some fully playable Spider-Man runner fix, Gameloft actually made a 2D Java-based runner. Spiritually, it's very similar to Unlimited, though of course there is a bit less variety and no ability to utilize 3D space in effective cinematic ways. But it's a fun runner. Tight controls, varied goals, solid progression. There are 3 worlds, so to speak, each focuses on a particular villain: Green Goblin, Sandman and Venom. But also as you complete a world, you unlock a more difficult version of it. So the replayability factor is quite high if this type of game is something you like. As fun as the game is, there is not much to discuss. What you see on the screen is what you get. and you get a game with a Sasuke rating of 72. A very solid runner with enough levels, variety, and unlockable Spider-Man characters to last for quite some time, though of course not as long as Unlimited. Marvel's Spider-Man, specifically named so nobody would confuse it with DC's Spider-Man I guess, was made by Insomniac Games. First released as a PlayStation 4 exclusive in 2018, it later saw a remastered version on PS5 and then a PC port. Now, the reason why I don't put the remaster in a separate entry is because outside of Peter's face, now I'll be honest, I prefer the old one, but the new one is absolutely fine. The changes affect only performance, graphical fidelity, and a few bonus costumes. Otherwise, the game is entirely the same.
Wait, you don't think this has anything to do with Lee, do you?
Sorry to cook and run.
Did you just leave your clothes on the kitchen floor?
Where do you want me to,
Just the couch is fine.
See you later?
Yeah.
Now, the first thing you have to know about Marvel's Spider-Man is that I cried at the end. And crying when playing games is something I do incredibly rarely. This can happen only when the amount of emotional engagement is exceptionally high. I have been a Spider-Man fan since the 2000s, I've read tons of comic books, watched lots of animated shows and of course movies, and obviously played a bunch of games, and I can safely say that this is, if not the best, then definitely one of the best Spider-Man tales I have ever experienced in all these years. Is it perfect? No, I wish more time would have been spent fleshing out Martin Lee before his descent into Mr. Negative. Dealing with the Sinister Six in the third act is a bit rushed, and Spider-Man's dubious relationship with the police is mostly hand-waved thanks to him being friends with Captain Yuri Watanabe. As a result, tapping into the Big Brother surveillance to find crime feels a bit weird. That's one part where you feel that JJJ, who in this version of the universe fittingly hosts his own very right-wing podcast, may have a point. But comparatively speaking, that's just small caveats in what's otherwise an amazingly written game with really fleshed out characters, world building, and a very good exploration of the theme of responsibility. And I know that a story about responsibility is almost generic for the Spider-Man franchise, but there is one aspect that makes this one really special. Spider-Man often faces choices, and usually those choices are very time-sensitive, something that has to be done in the moment, often with sacrifices involved. But here, at the end, the choice Spider-Man faces, which sacrifice he has to make, is one with time to think about it beforehand, therefore it is done entirely on purpose, and that makes it especially powerful. Of course, you might have noticed that all this time I discussed the narrative. The gameplay sort of lives a separate life from the story. I know it became a meme just how much this game makes you feel like Spider-Man, as that's the sentence that was used practically in every review at the time, but I find that statement to be questionable. Because to me, the aforementioned choices are a big part of what it is to feel like Spider-Man. How it is to juggle personal and superhero lives while trying to make the right choices in both. There are ways to create this feeling while not going against AAA sensibilities, but in this game it's entirely up to cutscenes. Gameplay is not affected. In fact, there are a lot of things that might seem a bit questionable, though to the game's credit most of the time it tries to contextualize everything in a way that would fit the character. For example, you can kick everyone off the roof, but there is an automatic gadget that's going to web enemies up towards the nearby walls to make sure they don't fall to their deaths. Throw a rocket back at the absolutely not a superhuman that fired it at you. It is webbed up so nothing will kill them, including the heavy weight of the missile itself. Holistically, the game is all about having tons of fun enjoying Spider-Man's powers with zero stakes, consequences or responsibility, a far cry from the narrative themes. and even world activities can fall apart a bit should you think about them. For example, the backpacks. Their inclusion in various tricky spots breaks up the pace of the game and promotes more web swinging. It works, it's fun, and you learn some lore. But does it really make sense for Spider-Man to lose 55 backpacks with nobody finding them at all over the course of 8 years? Not really. But at least this sort of stuff has an explanation, unlike skill trees. In one of the earliest cutscenes of the game, Spider-Man does things that can't be unlocked until at least halfway through the campaign. Or what about the overcomplicated token economy, where every side activity provides one of 6 various token types used to get mods and upgrade gadgets? It's just arbitrary gamey things. Then there's stuff that is sort of justified but doesn't entirely fit, like the attempt to make gameplay Peter Parker matter through absolutely separated puzzle mechanics. Don't get me wrong, the puzzles are fine and interesting enough when taken on their own, but they halt the pacing of the game considerably, though you can turn on the option to have the ability to skip them. And we can't forget about cases where you put in the shoes of Mary Jane and Miles Morales to participate in some mandatory stealth sections. Even stealth segments as Spider-Man can be considered a bit rudimentary, but at least they're polished. These ones, on the other hand, are not great at all. The enemy detection rate is quick and it always leads to an insta-fail. Plus, most of these stealth sections are about avoiding being seen and using distractions on particular points. Only in the very last one will you actually have access to a whole set of 2 tools. Being able to throw a lure wherever you need and have the ability to take down enemies. Definitely makes it the most enjoyable non-Spidey stealth section, although given the competition that's not saying much. In general, if you think about it, the game's mission and activity design is not a particularly strong suit. They are at their best when they sprawl through varying environments while providing different goals, like the E3 showcase mission where you fight through multiple floors of a construction site and then chase a helicopter.
That helicopter is destroying the city.
I know.
You need to bring it down.
I know.
Maybe you could superhero a little faster?
Working on it, Yuri. Call you when it's done.
There is a mission where you have to disable armored cars and fight on top of a truck, followed by a psychedelic venture inside your own mind. And of course, there is the missions dedicated to the boss fights. All those are exhilarating, even when they somewhat limit the gameplay like the final 2 bosses. But then there are also absolutely amazing examples like the double air fight against Vulture and Electro. Some stuff that's interesting from the narrative perspective is somewhat underwhelming in terms of gameplay. For example, the mission where you have to find the location of the dumpster truck that took away things that were thrown out of your apartment after eviction. It has an enjoyable story and dialogue, but really it's just a set of 3 different waypoints followed by a fight with a group of enemies to test a new gadget at the end. It's not bad, not at all, just that it feels more like a side mission dressed up as a main one. There's not enough meat to it. And the actual side content can fall a bit flat. Here's the thing, if you take a look at any side mission on its own, it's actually pretty fine. But they repeat far too often. There's nothing wrong with the hideout gameplay where you have to defeat 6 waves of enemies, although it is disappointing that if you stealthily defeat all mooks originally present in the area, then the second wave and combat is forced upon you. Any single hideout activity is absolutely solid when taken on their own. But there's 19 of them, and having to defeat 6 waves in each is a bit too much. Random crimes are enjoyable enough as a quick distraction. Jumping in to prevent a robbery is fun, stopping car chases is fun, but 100% completion requiring you to complete 5 random crimes per faction, of which there are 4 in pretty much every district? Yeah, too much. The best side mission type is actually Harry's research stations, where you have to complete different goals that will benefit the environment and prevent these research stations from getting closed. There is a variety of interesting challenges, like having to swing around only certain heights due to electromagnetic fields, having to stay above water to spray a cure for fish, flying around buildings to destroy some grates with webbing to decrease pressure, even having to avoid lightning hitting you as you try to transmit data from satellite to a certain location. Now these are fun and varied side missions. But even then, some just rehash the same mechanics under a different premise. And I know it looks like I'm listing a lot of problems, but most of these are arguments why some of these aspects are not good enough, rather than why they're bad, which obviously they aren't. Besides, rarely anything I mentioned actually feels like a problem, as it's still very enjoyable to play thanks to very polished core mechanics. Let's take web swinging, an absolutely marvelous system. It is physics-based, but also cheats often in the name of player comfort. Your webs do attach to buildings and the traversal is about gaining and keeping momentum, but you also retain full control of your air movement. And if you just swing without pushing your stick in any direction, the game will adjust the arc and the length of the web so you would move in as straight a line as possible. When you get very close to the street level, the arc and web length are adjusted again so you wouldn't crash against the ground or cars. Your web also doesn't collide with thin objects like lampposts or tree branches. At one last touch, when colliding with walls, Spider-Man starts wall running automatically. This is how the game makes sure that navigating around its world is never frustrating or constantly stressful. And then it's up to additional mechanics and your skill mastery and creativity to ensure that you go as fast as possible when you want, by using web zipping, point launching, turning corners during wall running. All these systems work very well, though admittedly there's not enough of such mastery mechanics. You can reach the skill ceiling pretty fast. But again, that's an area to improve rather than a specific flaw, as the act of swinging around New York is still endlessly enjoyable and just joyful, really. Visually stunning too. I mean, obviously this rendition of New York is beautiful, animations are amazing, but there are so many cool tricks the game does to add this cinematic flair. For example, the field of view changes depending on if you're on ground or in air swinging. The music during open world exploration plays only while you're flying. If you just sit on a rooftop, you'll hear only the ambient noises, and when you jump down, the music will start building up and it will go full force only once you start swinging. It's great! Another fantastic attention to detail relates to Spider-Man's gameplay lines. There's 2 recorded variations for each. One is calm if he's standing still or just walking, and the other clearly makes it sound like he's physically exerting during the conversation. This happens during swinging or fighting.
I think I might have just lost my job. The city, Norman actually, pulled our funding.
Oh, Pete, I'm sorry. If Harry were here, he could talk some sense into his dad. You'll find another source. Your work's too important.
Thanks, MJ. Talk to you soon.
Speaking of fighting, similarly to web swinging, combat is very well done at its core. It's focused on a lot of dodging, jumping around, air combat, gadget usage. The mechanics quite fittingly go for a feeling of sloppiness and improvisation. Absolutely every move can be cancelled into a dodge. Except for finishing animations, but when you're performing those, enemies don't attack you and you're immune to all possible area of effect damage. The camera zoom helps to hide that fact while making everything look very dynamic. If enemies are off-screen, their targeting timer is a bit longer, giving you more time to notice the warning line when someone is about to shoot. When they throw grenades at you, its timer stops as soon as you grab it with your web to throw it back. And after it is thrown back, it is not going to damage you regardless if you've been caught into its radius or not. So the core combat systems are attuned to fast-paced improvisational fights. Unlike, sadly, the enemy archetype design, which regrettably is based on limiting your moveset and actively punishing for doing the wrong actions. It starts innocently enough. For example, enemies with melee weapons block and counter your frontal hits, so you have to either launch them into the air or attack from behind. But then eventually you get to archetypes like the whip enemies that are immune to your attacks and gadgets unless you perfect dodge them or throw an object at them, and if you decide to focus on them last, well, they have the ability to bring you down from the air as a sort of punishment for not prioritizing or noticing them. What makes it all worse is that as you progress through the game, the new faction variations of these archetypes are defined less by new abilities and more by their health, which can transform them into hit sponges. The game seems to have intended that gadget usage would be a way to counter everything, but since there are immunities related to that as well, you find yourself often resorting to the most efficient gadgets, which would be the impact webs that can web up most enemy types to walls, thus instantly defeating them and avoiding the health sponginess. This is also the reason why the Web Blossom suit power is one of the best in the game, as it is just a huge barrage of impact webs. Most other special powers fail to be efficient against the design of local enemies and are just useless. Because of all this, I have to admit that enemy encounters can become pretty annoying in Act 3. You're just constantly met with the limitations, and instead of trying to find creativity in the way you battle, you're forced to choose the most effective approach. And I just would like to point out that there is nothing wrong with that kind of enemy design in principle, it's just that it doesn't gel well with the improvisational direction of Spider-Man's combat systems. But again, while the two are certainly interconnected, the flaws of enemy design don't make the actual combat system worse, and I guess that's why at the end of the day it doesn't have a sufficiently negative impact on gameplay enjoyment. Spider-Man is an absolute blast to go through. I actually 100%ed it at least 3 separate times since release. So I definitely think Marvel's Spider-Man deserves a Metacritic rating of 96. It's a flawed game, yes, but it's still a fantastic one. The story is amazing, the core gameplay is top-notch, only some things surrounding it don't let it fully shine, including mission design, which for the most part is just good, which doesn't compare well with parts of the game that are great. But this 2018 title, without a doubt, has set a new quality bar for Spider-Man games to reach. It might seem weird that a pack of 3 DLCs is separated into a different entry, but not only are there some interesting gameplay differences to discuss, story-wise it's actually pretty important. Not because of deeper exploration of relationships between Peter and Black Cat or Silver Sable, although focus on those characters that were underrepresented in the main game, even Sable is certainly nice, but because of the character arc Yuri Watanabe goes through. A clear setup for future titles that's propelled by this DLC's main antagonist Hammerhead. And he is a quite interesting and menacing figure until he decides to go all mecha on us. Then he sort of becomes ridiculous. There are some interesting additions to the base game's designs, like the way challenges are made. Though honestly I can't decide if Screwball, the villain who made them, is a well-written character or not, because she is so obnoxious and annoying. But also she's supposed to be obnoxious and annoying.
Oh, don't stop now! My views are at a record high! Well played! You're gonna crack her! I can have so many new followers after this!
But anyway, these challenges try to teach potentially unknown or underrepresented mechanics, like for example tunneling underwater towers during swimming, or interesting combinations of various gadgets. And you'll need those combinations because the enemy archetype design goes all in on not only limiting your moves, but also limiting gadgets even more, with enemy archetypes previously susceptible to them becoming immune. By the episode 3 of DLC, your fighting style is going to be focused on abusing some gadget combinations that are still effective enough, because those enemies have so much health and block so many of your moves, they come at you alongside a ridiculous amount of rocket launcher enemies. Bosses are also very restrictive, blocking many of your moves and gadgets and having only a couple ways you can damage them, though the last boss battle is set up in a nice way at least. I would say that the combat situations are definitely not as enjoyable as the ones from the base game, even the quality of the combat system itself doesn't manage to save it, so I would say the DLCs get a pretty big hit because of this. However, the design and pacing of the main missions themselves is actually better, taking cue from base game's best levels. Defending exhibits in an art museum, chasing Black Cat across the streets and then in the subway, you will rarely find yourself in what looks like a typical stealth or combat segment, there is always some twist to it. The side content though is very similar in style to what the base game has, some of it like enemy bases are even more annoying because of the opponent archetype design, but at least their number in each DLC is much more reasonable. I will assign a Metacritic rating of 85. This set of DLCs provides some interesting story beats and improvements to the base game paradigms, but also when it comes to enemy design, it is sadly far more annoying. First things first, I believe this game should have been called Spider-Man 2. I know it reuses the same city from Marvel's Spider-Man, though refurbished with snow and tons of Christmas decorations. I know the core mechanics are also exactly the same, but with different animations that fit the character of Miles more and obviously some additions. I know the game is far shorter, 10-12 hours is enough to 100% it as opposed to 20-22 hours of the first game. But you want to tell me that a game which improves absolutely every aspect of the original while putting it in a tightly paced and far less repetitive packaging doesn't deserve to be a numbered sequel? Come on, there are numbered sequels that did less than this. Here's the thing, every flaw that I mentioned in relation to the previous game, it's gone. Main missions? Amazing, not a single one that I can call anything less than great, plus there are some absolute standouts. The beginning Rhino chase is fantastic. It teaches the basics in a far more manageable and less here's all the information way than the original, while putting some scripted set pieces that are long enough to be exciting, but short enough to not get boring, and all that culminates in a fun boss battle where you get to use the first newfound Venom power. The mission on the bridge, where Miles has to save as many civilians as possible while everything around collapses? Absolutely exhilarating.
I can stop this! Just a little closer! Just a little!
And the final boss battle against the Tinkerer from gameplay perspective is better than the last two final fights of the original game combined, where instead of being tunneled into a single particular strategy, you get to use the full breadth of your Venom powers in a fast-paced, tense, exciting action sequence.
Need to dodge those!
Venom powers and the way they're accessed are a far more comfortable alternative to the original's gadgets. And while they are fine, with Miles having only 4 gadgets as opposed to 8, it is far less cumbersome to switch between them in the context of existing systems, and each gadget serves more of a support role than anything. Enemy archetypes are also much better designed. Various enemies do have some immunities, and you're usually taught a particular Venom power to deal with them, but there are a couple of important differences between enemies here and ones in the previous game. First, there are far more ways to circumvent an immunity than a particular power, and second, enemies block or dodge things they're immune against, but don't actively punish you for trying to be creative or self-express through combat. As a result, fights in Miles Morales are just so much more exhilarating, fully delivering the promise of the original title's core combat mechanics. Stealth is also much more interesting because with the newly added camouflage you can move around the environment much faster, and also you don't have to be on a perch for a stealth takedown at a distance. There are wall and ceiling takedowns as well, again increasing the amount of useful movement types in a sneaky scenario. And remember how I pitied that in the original game taking down all enemies in a base stealthily would force combat anyway as a new wave would arrive? Well, not only Miles Morales removes the wave system entirely, you can actually fully stealth your way through a base without getting detected. And there's only 6 of them in the entire game, which is great as they don't manage to get old as bases in the original game did. And in fact, the amount of side content and collectibles is far more reasonable. Plus, you don't need to complete a bunch of random crimes to 100% the game. But also, there are far more side missions that are actually missions, not activities like bases, where someone asks for help through the newly added Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app. This also enhances the feeling of Spider-Man being a far more closer member to the community, which helps with the story that focuses on Miles' growth while Peter is away. He tries to learn how to be the only Spider-Man in town, while also helping people that are underrepresented and seen as disposable. He fails, but he keeps getting back up, which leads to some incredibly poignant moments.
Who is he?
That guy? He's our Spider-Man.
Did I tear up? Yes, I did. Though the story is a bit truncated and sometimes rushed, I definitely think that the relationship with the Tinkerer needed a bigger focus. It's still very well structured and explores powerful themes of family, trust, and not only believing in yourself, but also being yourself. While it might have needed a bit more time in the oven, it is still a really great and well-written story. One that also connects itself to gameplay quite well, without spoiling anything, mostly through the use of Venom powers. And in general, Miles Morales has cleaned the connective tissues up that didn't quite make sense in the original game. The economy now focuses on just 2 token types instead of 6, with one of them actually having a proper contextualization in the world. A bunch of actions become your base skills without the need to purchase them in the skill tree, which in turn is more about upgrading your existing Venom and camouflage powers. But there are also abilities outside the skill tree that you get by completing Peter's holographic training challenges, each focusing on a particular mechanical aspect related to combat, stealth, or navigation. These challenges culminate in what is a really engaging and funny battle against 2 holographic vultures.
Why are we so evil, Vulture? Avenge me, brother! No! You defeated my metaphorical brother! I'm metaphorically pissed, Spider-Man! And I'm metaphorically loving this!
And yeah, perhaps the swinging system didn't see many upgrades besides being able to use Venom powers to shift yourself upwards while also adding more tricks to your disposal, so the skill ceiling still stays relatively low, but also that doesn't make the system any less enjoyable. It's as fun as ever to swing around the city. There are some other aspects that are not exactly perfect. While the game doesn't feature an absolutely separate puzzle gameplay anymore, the electric note puzzles that you complete with webbing and Venom powers are perhaps a little bit overused and not that interesting. But they're also quick to solve and inoffensive. Some activities like the sound samples are a little bit annoying, but there's 10 of them and they're still quite quick to complete. And the game tries to add variety to its existing activities anyway. Some caches belonging to the underground are hidden in pretty smart ways, you need to use camouflage to get one of the time capsules from an active construction site, and these might feel like little things, but they matter to avoid the feeling of monotony. Plus, Miles Morales features what is possibly the absolute best unlockable Spider-Man costume ever, that also changes up the finisher animations. Hell yeah. Look, there's no doubt about it, Miles Morales, with its Stasicritic rating of 100, is peak Spider-Man at the moment of its release. It's Spider-Man 2018 on steroids. As I said, it's not exactly perfect, but it's very, very close to being so. Just an amazing game and another step in the increasing quality bar of Spider-Man titles. This one though will be pretty hard to beat. This is it, folks! All Spider-Man video games that exist at the moment of writing this video ranked. Well, almost all. There are some titles that I had no way of playing and therefore assessing, and since they're not lost to history, they didn't deserve an RIP entry either. They are at the bottom of the list for posterity anyway, and I will properly rank them as an addendum if I ever get a chance to try them out. I'm sure there have been some surprises throughout this ranking. The biggest one of them is probably the placement of the console 2004 Spider-Man 2 in the list. And if this ranking would be just about the historical importance and cultural influence, then it will definitely be much higher. But this list is about the overall quality of the game's design, combined with other aspects like my personal enjoyment, so in that context I find its placement accurate. Some other surprises possibly include games that I didn't find to be as bad as some people say they are, but also there's a bunch of forgotten phone and handheld games that are really nice. There is even a Match 3 game, which is still questionable from the perspective of fitting the franchise, but it's a very nice Match 3 title regardless. But one of the biggest surprises for me personally was the console Shattered Dimensions. The game is just so good, and I'm surprised that it's not discussed nearly as much as plenty of other Spider-Man titles. I think people tend to ignore it because it's not open world, which might be a bit unfair, but also understandable from a certain perspective. After all, many franchises can provide traditional action platformer experience, but only Spider-Man can have the kind of open-world navigation that he does. The top spots, I suppose, were a surprise to nobody. Did anyone really have any doubts about Insomniac's Spider-Man games being the best title about the character that exists so far? I don't think so. But it does seem to me that the Miles Morales game is somewhat unfairly painted as more of Spider-Man 2018 rather than Spider-Man 2018 but with gameplay improved in absolutely every way, which it is. An absolutely amazing game, and I guess we shall see if Marvel's Spider-Man 2, which should be called Spider-Man 3 because remember Miles Morales deserves the title of Spider-Man 2, will top it. Until next time.